The human mind is both anchor and tide. It grounds us in the present, yet it drifts endlessly between memory and forgetting. Each thought is a fragile thread, each recollection a small island rising from a sea of silence. And when memory falters, when it vanishes without warning, life itself reshapes. Faces blur. Names dissolve. Time folds in on itself. What remains is not just absence, but a haunting presence of what cannot be recalled. Science has mapped the brain with its machines, traced electrical storms, and charted regions of thought. Yet memory, so intimate, so deeply human, refuses to be fully contained. For some, it unravels in a single moment, struck down by illness or trauma. For others, it fades slowly, like colors bleeding from an old photograph. And for a rare few, memory disappears completely, leaving only the mystery of who they once were. Tonight, we step into these stories. Not to solve them, but to witness. To honor the lives reshaped by forgetting, and the strange resilience found in loss. Over the hours ahead, we will travel through real cases where memory fractured and identity shifted. Some of these stories are tragic, others quietly beautiful, all profoundly human. So wherever you are, listening at this hour, breathe deeply. Allow your thoughts to drift, as we enter lives changed forever by memory's disappearance. In their silence, perhaps we hear echoes of ourselves. In the spring of 1985, Clive Wearing, a renowned British musicologist, conductor, and keyboardist, was living a life immersed in sound. Music was not just his profession, it was his world, his language, the rhythm of his days. But in a matter of hours, that world would collapse into fragments he could never hold together again. A virus, simple in its form yet devastating in its effect, crept into Clive's brain. Herpes simplex, the same virus known for cold sores, found its way past his defenses and attacked his central nervous system. It struck with merciless precision at the hippocampus, the brain's vital center for memory formation. Within days, Clive lost the ability to retain new experiences. Time itself fractured. For Clive, every moment vanished almost as soon as it arrived. He lived in an endless loop of 7 to 30 seconds of awareness, after which all was erased. Imagine opening your eyes, looking at a clock, then blinking. Only to feel, with conviction, that you had just awakened for the first time. This was his reality. His diaries reveal the torment of this state. Page after page, Clive scrawled entries like, "I am awake for the first time," each crossed out minutes later, replaced with the same desperate words again. To him, the world renewed itself endlessly, cruelly, as though time itself mocked him. He described his condition as being dead, except for the fleeting awareness that flickered and vanished again. And yet, in the vast emptiness of memory, one island remained: music. Though robbed of his past and incapable of forming new memories, Clive could still play the piano and conduct a choir with effortless grace. Muscle memory, seated deep in procedural pathways untouched by the virus, preserved this one piece of himself. When his fingers touched the keys, he came alive. For those few moments, he was not broken. He was whole. Beside him stood his wife, Deborah, whose devotion became the anchor in his storm. She endured the heartbreak of being forgotten countless times each day, yet she remained the most consistent presence in his fractured world. He never stopped recognizing her face, her touch, her voice. In that recognition, perhaps, lay proof that even when memory collapses, love can still endure. Clive's story is one of tragedy, but also one of resilience. He reminds us that even when memory, the core of identity, disappears, fragments of humanity survive. In his music, in his love, and in his simple existence, there remains a mystery too vast to solve, too profound to ignore. To understand the depth of Clive's tragedy, it helps to imagine life reduced to an endless sequence of awakenings. For most of us, memory stitches our experiences together, giving continuity to our days. For Clive, that stitching had unraveled. Every few seconds, the thread snapped, and he was left staring at a world that always felt brand new. Visitors who met him described the same unsettling pattern. They would greet him warmly, and for a brief moment, he seemed present, engaged, capable of polite conversation. But within half a minute, his gaze would shift, and his tone would change, as though he had just awakened again, astonished to find himself alive. "I've never been conscious before now," he would declare. And to him, it was true. This cycle repeated endlessly. There was no past to anchor him, no future to anticipate, only the relentless immediacy of the present. Deborah, his wife, explained that living with Clive was like being caught in a storm of broken glass. Each shard represented a moment, sharp and distinct, but impossible to gather into a whole. She faced the heartbreak of being introduced to her husband countless times each day, only to vanish from his awareness moments later. And yet, there were strange consistencies. Clive always recognized Deborah. Even though he could not remember what had happened 5 minutes before, her face seemed carved into some indestructible part of his mind. She was his constant, the one person who remained familiar. Neuroscientists believe this recognition drew on emotional memory, which can endure even when factual memory is destroyed. It was not knowledge in the traditional sense, but a deep, wordless bond. His diaries are perhaps the most haunting evidence of his condition. On one page, in frantic handwriting, he wrote, "This time properly awake, first time ever." Moments later, the same page bore a second note, "Now I am awake." The other was a dream. Soon after, a third scrawl erased the first two. Each time, Clive believed he was documenting his first moment of consciousness. To read those pages is to step into the raw despair of a man forever stranded in beginnings. But despite this, music offered him a way out. When Clive sat at the piano, the fog seemed to lift. He could not recall what piece he had played before, nor would he remember afterward. Yet in the act of playing, he was fluent, expressive, complete. Neuroscientists call this procedural memory, skills preserved by deeper structures in the brain. For Clive, music was the last unbroken bridge between himself and the world. Clive's case continues to be one of the most studied in neurology, not only because of its rarity but because it forces us to ask, if memory defines identity, what remains when memory is gone? Imagine waking up. Every few seconds. A life built not on days, but on fragments. A moment stretches, then dissolves. And you are left, with nothing. For Clive Wearing, this became reality. After viral encephalitis damaged his hippocampus, the seat of memory formation, his timeline fractured. He could not form new memories, beyond the flicker of a heartbeat. He would write in his diary, "I am awake." Minutes later, he would cross it out. "No, this is the first time I've been awake." Over and over, page after page, endless repetition. To him, the world vanished, every 20 to 30 seconds. Imagine standing by a window, watching snow fall. You turn away. When you look back, it feels as though no snow had ever fallen before. Each flake becomes the first. Each breath feels new, and yet stolen. For his wife, Deborah, the weight was unbearable. She became his anchor, the only fixed point in a sea of dissolution. Clive could still play the piano, his fingers remembering music, though his mind could not remember the moment before. Procedural memory survived, while personal history evaporated. When she left the room, and returned just minutes later, his eyes lit up, as if she had come back from a long journey. "I thought I hadn't seen you in years," he whispered. To live in this eternal present, is both miraculous and tragic. Every moment feels fresh, but every connection breaks too soon. Clive's case reveals the delicate divide between memory and identity. Without a past, how do we know ourselves? And if every moment is the first, is life a gift, or a prison? Memory is more than storage. It is the thread, weaving our lives into meaning. For Clive, those threads unraveled. And yet, one remained. Love. Though he could not remember his own meals, or the words spoken just moments ago, his emotional memory endured. Each time he saw Deborah, joy erupted. It was not recognition of facts, but recognition of feeling. Doctors studied him carefully. They saw that while declarative memory, names, dates, facts, was gone, emotional and procedural memory persisted. This contradiction fascinated neuroscientists. Why could Clive still conduct music, play Bach on the piano, lead a choir flawlessly, yet forget the rehearsal had even happened? Because music, like love, resides deep in the brain. In areas untouched by the virus. Clive's case reshaped our understanding of memory. It showed that the mind is not one memory system, but many. Some collapse, while others survive. His existence became a living map of memory itself. Where one channel ended, another whispered. Where one bridge burned, another held. But the tragedy remained. For him, there was no yesterday. And no tomorrow. Only now. Only this instant. Deborah described it as living without time. Each encounter became both a reunion and a goodbye. Imagine embracing someone you love, then seconds later, feeling you had not seen them in years. That endless shock, that endless wonder, was Clive's life. And in this, is a paradox. He suffered one of the most profound memory losses ever recorded. And yet, he still embodied joy, love, and music. Scientists turned Clive's tragedy into insight. By studying him, they learned how memory divides. How emotion can outlast fact. How rhythm can endure, when language falls silent. But beyond research, his story speaks of humanity. For Clive, each moment was brand new. Imagine drinking tea. You lift the cup, sip, taste warmth. And then, gone. Moments later, you lift it again, believing it is the very first sip. Every act, every gesture, reborn. For Deborah, the challenge was endless. Her husband existed, but their shared history had vanished. No anniversaries, no recollections, no continuity. And yet, his eyes still searched for hers. Still sparkled with recognition of the heart, if not the mind. When he sat at the piano, something miraculous happened. Music poured out unbroken. Complex, beautiful, fluid. Each piece played with mastery, though he could not remember beginning it. This revealed that procedural memory, skills, habits, artistry, was stored separately from conscious recall. Through him, neuroscience glimpsed the architecture of the brain. But through him, humanity glimpsed resilience. Because even without a past, Clive carried fragments of self. Love, music, joy. Not in memory, but in essence. His story remains a lesson, whispered across time. That memory can fade, yet the core of being, sometimes remains untouched. Clive's diary became a battlefield of time. He wrote obsessively. Lines filled with certainty. Each sentence, followed by another, crossing it out. I am awake. No, this is the first time I have ever been awake. Again. And again. Pages layered with contradictions. A paper trail of fractured awareness. To outsiders, it looked chaotic. But to Clive, it was truth. His lived reality, documented moment by moment. The act of writing gave him a sense of order. Even if that order dissolved, within seconds. Deborah once said, it was as though he lived between the cracks of consciousness. Never stepping fully into time. Always falling through it. Neuroscientists studied these diaries, page by page. They became windows into the disintegration of memory. Not simply forgetfulness, but a collapse of continuity. Imagine your day reduced to snapshots. Each one vivid, but disconnected. No thread tying them together. No bridge from one moment to the next. This was Clive's prison. But also his mirror. Every erased line, every correction, revealed the paradox. He knew something was wrong. He felt the absence of time. And yet, he could not escape it. In those diaries, he was both the patient and the witness. Music became his sanctuary. The one place where time did not vanish. When Clive sat at the piano, his fingers remembered. Notes cascaded. Chords built. Melody flowed. Though the virus had destroyed his memory, it spared his musical gift. This baffled researchers. How could a man who forgot conversations within seconds, conduct a choir flawlessly for hours? The answer lay in the brain's architecture. Procedural memory, skills, habits, lives in different neural circuits. Clive's hippocampus was ruined. But his basal ganglia and cerebellum remained intact. Music was not memory for him. It was instinct. A language beyond words. When he played, he did not stop mid-piece. He did not lose himself. The flow carried him. Deborah described his playing as a miracle, hidden in plain sight. And in that miracle, there was relief. For Clive, it was a rare escape from the prison of his seconds-long memory. For Deborah, it was a glimpse of the man she once knew. Yet when the last note faded, so did the continuity. He would close the lid, look around, and feel lost again. The music survived. But the memory of playing it was gone. Love became the second miracle. Every time Deborah walked in, his face lit up. As if he had not seen her in years. Each meeting was a reunion. Each glance, an awakening. Though he could not recall her visits, his emotions recognized her. The bond endured, even without narrative memory. It showed scientists something extraordinary. That emotional memory can survive even when conscious recall disappears. When she held his hand, he squeezed back. Not because he remembered the gesture before, but because his body remembered affection. It was love, outside of time. For Deborah, it was heartbreaking. She became his anchor. Yet never his history. She once wrote, "Every moment with him is the first. And every goodbye feels final." But she stayed. Through decades of fractured moments, she chose to remain. Clive's love for her became his last tether to continuity. Even in darkness, it glowed. For scientists, Clive was a puzzle. For Deborah, he was her husband. She balanced both worlds. The world of research. And the world of love. Doctors ran endless tests. They tracked his brain activity. Measured his responses. Tried to map the fragments that remained. But Deborah focused on moments. A smile. A note played on piano. A whisper of recognition. The science was profound. Clive's case reshaped the study of memory. It proved that memory is not one system, but many. That losing one does not mean losing all. Yet science could not heal him. There was no cure. No way back. And so Deborah carried him forward. Through broken seconds, she built a life. Not of memory, but of presence. To live without past, without future, is to live only in the now. And that is where Clive remained. Clive's life today remains a testament. He cannot recall this morning. Nor yesterday. Nor the week before. But he still knows music. He still knows love. These fragments remind us that memory is not everything. That even stripped of history, the human soul shines through. For viewers, his story asks difficult questions. If you lost your past, who would you be? If you could not plan a future, would you still find meaning? Clive answers by living. By breathing through each second. By finding joy in reunion. Even if reunion comes every 5 minutes. His case became one of the most famous in neurology. Not because of tragedy alone, but because of what it revealed about the human condition. That memory is fragile, but emotion is resilient. That love and art can survive even the darkest fractures of the brain. Henry Molaison, known to science as HM, became one of the most famous patients in the history of neuroscience. In 1953, at the age of 27, he underwent experimental brain surgery to relieve severe epilepsy. Surgeons removed parts of his medial temporal lobes, including large portions of his hippocampi. The operation reduced his seizures but produced a devastating side effect: profound anterograde amnesia. After the surgery, HM could no longer form new long-term memories. He retained intelligence, language skills, and many aspects of his personality, but the ability to store new experiences was nearly gone. Scientists who studied him observed that he could hold information in his mind for short intervals but could not transfer it into durable memory. For instance, he could be introduced to a person, converse, and then moments later fail to recognize the same person again. Yet paradoxically, HM could learn new motor skills, such as mirror drawing, showing that procedural memory systems were intact. This dissociation became a cornerstone in the understanding that memory is not a single process but multiple systems within the brain. Neuroscientists used HM's case to map the roles of the hippocampus and nearby structures in consolidating episodic memories. His condition illustrated how specific brain damage could obliterate certain memories while leaving others relatively untouched. HM lived the remainder of his life under careful study and compassionate care, contributing immeasurably to science. Over decades, researchers documented his responses, behavior, and abilities, building a detailed portrait of memory architecture. His name stands as a reminder that sometimes the most valuable knowledge arises from the most painful human situations. The ethical handling of his case also shaped standards for patient consent and research protocols in later years. Memory researchers would return again and again to HM's profile as they refined experimental methods and neurological models. His life, both ordinary and extraordinary, remains central to the story of how science learned to separate memory systems. By listening to HM, researchers learned not only about brain anatomy but about the human reality of living with memory loss. In many ways, HM taught the world that memory can be carved into parts, and that those parts can behave in surprising, sometimes contradictory ways. Before his surgery, Henry suffered from disabling seizures that began in childhood and grew worse after a bicycle accident in his early years. These seizures interrupted his life, limited his work, and caused great distress to him and his family. In response, his doctors recommended a radical surgical approach to remove the source of the seizures. Neurosurgeon William Beecher Scoville performed the operation, removing large portions of the medial temporal lobe on both sides. The decision reflected the medical thinking of the time, prioritizing seizure control over uncertain cognitive risks. After surgery, HM's epilepsy improved dramatically, but the cost was steep and immediate. He could no longer form new episodic memories that would last beyond a minute or two. Researchers like Brenda Milner began systematic studies of HM, documenting his unusual pattern of retention and loss. They discovered that his short-term memory could hold information for a brief time if rehearsed, but without consolidation, those memories faded. To test learning, scientists taught him tasks that required motor control rather than conscious recall. One famous experiment involved mirror drawing, where HM improved with practice though he had no memory of having practiced before. These findings demonstrated the separation between declarative memory, facts and events, and procedural memory, skills and habits. HM became both a patient and a teacher, his life offering lessons that textbooks had not yet written. Researchers adapted their methods to ethically observe and care for him over many years, respecting his dignity while learning from his condition. The case changed how scientists conceived memory, leading to new models and experiments worldwide. Through careful observation and repeated testing, cognitive neuroscience matured into a field that mapped memory to brain structures and processes. HM's medical journey continued as a balance of improved seizures and profound amnesia, shaping the trajectory of memory research for decades. Clinicians around the world would reference his pattern when diagnosing and treating other memory disorders. His story emphasized that medicine can sometimes trade one urgent problem for another, and that such trade-offs must be weighed carefully. Even today, HM's operation prompts reflection about risks, benefits, and the human cost of experimental treatments. Despite his memory impairment, HM remained a gentle and kindly man, often cooperative with the many researchers who visited him. He could follow conversations for a short span, respond appropriately, and show moments of humor and warmth. His vocabulary and reasoning skills remained largely intact, reflecting preserved aspects of cognition. Scientists were careful to avoid causing distress, creating familiar routines that helped him navigate each day in ways that reduced confusion. HM lived for decades under clinical observation, his life a rare collaboration between patient and scientific community. Researchers learned to administer tests that revealed the subtle architecture of his mind without causing undue harm. One poignant discovery was the sparing of remote autobiographical memories from his distant past, particularly from childhood and adolescence. He could recount early life events that predated his surgery, showing that some long-term memories had been consolidated already and were resilient. Yet, new experiences remained inaccessible. He could not remember meeting a researcher an hour after speaking with them. This contrast became a living demonstration of the consolidation process that moves memories from fragile short-term traces into stable, long-term stores. Scientists used brain imaging and post-mortem studies to correlate HM's damaged structures with his memory deficits, advancing neuroanatomical models. His case inspired generations of researchers to explore how memory traces are formed, stored, and retrieved across different brain regions. Throughout his life, the team that cared for HM emphasized respect, dignity, and ethical reflections, acknowledging the human cost of knowledge. HM participated in tests not as an object, but as a person who offered insights through his everyday responses and the patient courage he displayed. His presence in the lab halls, the waiting rooms, and the quiet corners of clinics served as an enduring lesson about the complexity of mind and life. The careful documentation of his behavior, over many years, created a rich archive that continues to educate scientists and clinicians alike. In classrooms and conferences, his name became shorthand for a pivotal moment in cognitive neuroscience. Students learned from his life how a single case can alter entire theories and open new pathways of inquiry. One of the most revealing experiments involved perceptual skill learning, such as mirror tracing tasks, where subjects trace a shape while viewing their hand in a mirror. HM could not remember ever doing the task but improved markedly with practice, demonstrating learning without conscious recall. This dissociation emphasized that different brain systems underlie different kinds of memory, procedural skills versus episodic recollection. The implications were profound, showing clinicians that patients might retain abilities for rehabilitation even when declarative memory is impaired. Therapists began designing interventions that tapped into intact memory systems to improve quality of life for amnesia patients. HM's case also raised important ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and the relationship between science and patient welfare. Researchers who studied him over decades grappled with how to honor his dignity while benefiting from the knowledge he provided. The careful stewardship of his case ultimately contributed to evolving standards that prioritize patient rights and transparency in research. Additionally, his life motivated new frameworks for cognitive rehabilitation and the compassionate care of individuals with memory disorders. Clinicians learned to build stable environments, predictable routines, and support systems that could mitigate confusion and distress for patients like him. HM's preserved learning abilities suggested avenues for therapy, such as training in habitual skills and environmental cues to guide daily living. These practical lessons extended beyond theory, influencing care models in hospitals, nursing homes, and community settings. Through both scientific discovery and practical application, HM's story reshaped medical practice in subtle but lasting ways. His case remains central to textbooks, not just as an anomaly, but as a guide for humane, evidence-based care for those with memory loss. The archive of his tests offers a blueprint for researchers who seek to understand memory without losing sight of the human subject at its heart. Ultimately, HM's life bridged laboratory insight and clinical compassion, providing a model for future generations of scientists and caregivers. His story cautions against treating people as mere data points, reminding us that every case carries a human life within it. In later decades, HM continued to participate in research, becoming a living archive of memory dysfunction for scientists seeking deeper answers. He visited labs, took part in carefully designed experiments, and allowed detailed cognitive testing that enriched scientific understanding. As imaging technologies advanced, researchers could correlate behavioral findings with neurological structures, refining models of memory consolidation. Following his death in 2008, HM's brain was donated to science, sliced, photographed, and analyzed to provide a precise map of the damaged regions. These post-mortem studies confirmed many hypotheses about the medial temporal lobe and its role in forming new episodic memories. The careful preservation of his brain tissues offered an extraordinary resource for anatomical studies and educational purposes. HM's legacy extended beyond the laboratory into public awareness, as books, documentaries, and lectures narrated his life and the lessons it provided. Educators used his case to teach generations of students about memory, neuroscience, and the interplay between clinical care and research. The ethical reflections surrounding his case prompted reforms in how patients are engaged in long-term research protocols and consent practices. Community care providers also benefited from the practical lessons his case supplied, such as the value of routine, structured support, and compassionate caregiving. Scientists continue to cite HM in contemporary research, noting how his unique profile informs studies of memory disorders and neurodegenerative disease. His life illustrates the complexities of scientific progress, how a single patient's experience can illuminate broad theoretical landscapes and practical approaches. The contributions he made, willingly or otherwise, accelerated our understanding of memory mechanisms and prompted ongoing questions about the nature of self. For many researchers, HM was a human collaborator whose experiences translated into knowledge that has improved diagnosis, treatment, and care models. The story of Henry Molaison endures as both a cautionary tale and a beacon, a reminder of the human cost and human benefit embedded in scientific discovery. In the halls of neuroscience, his name continues to signify a turning point, where careful observation changed the course of an entire field. His life shows us that knowledge often grows out of close attention, ethical reflection, and the willingness to learn from individual lives. In the years after his surgery, Henry's life settled into a careful rhythm. Researchers and caregivers created routines designed to reduce confusion. Meals arrived at predictable times. Rooms maintained the same arrangement. Clocks were visible. Simple cues guided daily living. For HM, structure mattered more than story. Without the ability to form new memories, the smallest pattern became a compass. A familiar song playing at noon. A particular cup placed where it always belonged. These repeated markers supported orientation and eased anxiety. Caregivers learned to speak gently and clearly. They used short sentences, repeated names, and relied on consistent ritual. Not to condescend, but to scaffold experience. This was caregiving as architecture, building safety through repetition. Researchers also recognized that treating him with dignity required honesty and patience. They did not parrot facts he could not retain. They offered simple confirmations. And then moved forward. Sometimes they documented interactions in logs to avoid unnecessary repetition of testing. At other times, they allowed HM to experience moments free from scrutiny, quiet afternoons in the sun, a friendly game, a song. His daily life became a collaboration. Scientists observed, caregivers comforted, family visited when possible. Each role sought to preserve quality of life despite the hard limits of memory. And in those limits, they discovered small victories. A laugh shared at a joke that he would not remember 15 minutes later. A hand held in silence. The warmth of sunlight on his face. These gestures remind us that existence need not be measured only in remembered achievements. HM's days were simple, and still meaningful. His life taught caregivers about presence, about the necessity of creating spaces where safety and dignity persist, independent of recall. Through this daily practice, a model of compassionate care emerged. It influenced how institutions approached patients with severe amnesia. Predictability, environmental cues, and respectful routines became essential components of therapy. HM had become a quiet teacher of care design. And so, even beyond the lab's findings, HM left a legacy in the way people cared. His condition taught professionals to honor the seen moments, not only the remembered ones. It shifted attention toward building days that are livable, comforting, and gentle, for anyone whose memory falters. HM's life raised questions about consent and medical risk. His surgery occurred at a time when experimental neurosurgery offered hope but carried unknown cognitive costs. Afterward, the scientific community reflected on responsibility. How should risky procedures be weighed against potential benefits? HM's case prompted new protocols for informed consent, ensuring patients and families understood possible cognitive outcomes. Clinicians began documenting risks more thoroughly. Ethics committees grew in influence. Institutional review boards formed to protect vulnerable patients. These developments changed medicine. They acknowledged that scientific curiosity must be balanced with human vulnerability. Educational programs adapted as well. Medical students learned from HM's charts about the consequences of aggressive interventions. They were taught to value long-term quality of life as much as immediate symptom control. Surgeons became more cautious about resections in memory-related brain regions. Alternative treatments and conservative approaches gained traction. The conversation expanded beyond neurosurgery. Psychologists, ethicists, and patient advocates entered the dialogue. They emphasized empathy, transparency, and shared decision-making. Public awareness of HM's condition fostered discussions about the limits of intervention when identity itself could be at stake. At the same time, HM's collaboration with researchers set a model for ethical engagement. Teams prioritized minimal harm, careful explanation, and respect for daily life needs. They sought to learn without disrupting the dignity of the person in front of them. This dual legacy, scientific insight and ethical reflection, reshaped research culture. Gradually, institutions codified practices that placed patients at the center of inquiry. HM taught scientists that knowledge gained from a person must be balanced with ongoing care responsibilities. His story also inspired advocacy for families. Support groups emerged for relatives of those with severe memory loss. Caregivers shared strategies, resources, and emotional support. They lobbied for services that reduced caregiver burnout, respite care, counseling, and training in memory-friendly techniques. In clinical practice, HM's case influenced assessment and rehabilitation philosophies. Therapists focused on functional skills and environmental supports rather than attempting impossible restoration of lost memories. Intervention strategies emphasized compensation, lists, labels, routines, and consistent cues that preserve autonomy. The ripple effect extended to research funding and policy. Agencies recognized the need for both basic science and applied programs that improve daily life for those affected. HM had become more than a subject. He was a fulcrum that shifted priorities toward compassionate, practical outcomes. His story continues to guide practice. HM's case provided a foundation for theories of memory consolidation. Researchers proposed that the hippocampus plays a critical role in transferring fragile experiences into stable long-term memories. Before HM, memory was poorly localized. Afterward, the hippocampus emerged as central to episodic memory formation. The case stimulated debate. Some scientists argued that the hippocampus supports a time-limited consolidation process. Once memories are consolidated, they become independent of the hippocampus. Others propose that the hippocampus remains involved in vivid recollection indefinitely, especially for richly contextualized memories. These competing ideas, standard consolidation and multiple trace theories, drove new experiments and refined models of memory. Scientists extended their approach beyond behavioral observation. Animal models, electrophysiology, sleep studies, and computational models became tools to explore replay, synaptic consolidation, and network dynamics. H. MS behavioral profile served as a human anchor for interpreting these findings. His inability to form new episodic memories pointed researchers to mechanistic hypotheses about how transient traces become durable. Important distinctions emerged between memory types. Declarative memory, personal events and facts, relied heavily on medial temporal structures. Procedural memory, skills and habits, depended on other circuits such as basal ganglia and cerebellum. This separation had therapeutic implications, suggesting rehabilitation strategies that leverage intact systems to compensate for lost episodic recall. Over time, imaging technologies allowed scientists to revisit questions with greater precision. Structural scans and, later, high-resolution post-mortem anatomy correlated behavioral deficits with damaged regions. HM's donated brain tissue provided unique insight, enabling neuroanatomists to map the precise extent of his lesions. These anatomical data informed computational models that simulate how networks might degrade or reorganize after injury. Beyond the lab, HM's life provoked philosophical inquiry about personal identity and continuity. Philosophers debated whether a self without episodic memory retains the same kind of personhood. Psychologists probed how narrative and memory intertwine to form the sense of self. Such reflections enriched scientific interpretation, reminding researchers that data represent lived human experience. Educationally, HM became a central teaching case in neuroscience curricula. Students learned to connect clinical observation with theoretical models, using his history to illustrate broader principles. His name appears in lectures, textbooks, and museum exhibits about the brain. As the field advanced, HM's case continued to inform new research frontiers. Contemporary work on hippocampal subfields, systems consolidation, and memory reconsolidation often cites his profile as a historical touchstone. His life bridged early surgical practice and modern neurobiology, offering lessons that span methods and eras. In sum, HM did more than illuminate a specific deficit. He helped build a conceptual scaffolding for memory science. Through behavioral observation, anatomical study, and interdisciplinary reflection, his case transformed questions into rigorous inquiry. The knowledge that grew from his life still guides researchers who seek to understand how memory takes root, and what it means when those roots are damaged. Always carefully. Despite his impairment, Henry Molaison remained a cooperative and gentle presence in the labs that studied him. He displayed curiosity in small ways, enjoyed simple conversations, and responded to humor and kindness. Researchers who worked with him for years often recalled his polite manners and steady temperament. These human qualities made him not only an instructive subject but also someone whose life intersected with science compassionately. Teams developed rapport by honoring routine and respecting his dignity. They greeted him by name, used clear communication, and created tasks that were engaging without being distressing. Over time, some staff became familiar figures in his world, faces that could bring a smile in the moment even when they could not be retained hours later. This continuity of kindness mattered enormously for quality of life. HM's interactions also revealed how social connection can remain meaningful even when memory fails. He enjoyed company, responded to affection, and showed pleasure at familiar songs or activities. These reactions suggested that emotional responsiveness and sociality could be relatively preserved despite severe episodic amnesia. For caregivers, this observation underscored the importance of social engagement as a therapeutic and humane practice. Researchers also learned technical lessons about testing. They developed protocols to reduce fatigue, avoid repetitive questioning, and design tasks that minimized emotional strain. By tailoring experiments to his comfort, scientists gained clearer data while safeguarding his well-being. These methodological refinements informed future patient studies and clinical testing more broadly. Family members and close friends who visited contributed to the textured sense of Henry as a person beyond lab notes. They brought photographs, stories, and small recollections that sometimes sparked fleeting recognition. Visitors found ways to communicate across the gap, sharing songs from his childhood, mentioning beloved places, and keeping company without expecting permanence of memory. Such visits became cherished gestures of connection even when they did not create lasting recall. HM's life also raised questions about narrative and empathy in scientific work. How do researchers tell a story that balances clinical detail with respect for the person behind the data? Scientists who worked with him often reflected on this ethical narrative responsibility, striving to present findings without dehumanizing their subject. Public communication about HM aimed to illuminate science while preserving his dignity. In later years, as his case received broader attention, outreach efforts highlighted both facts and humanity. Documentaries and articles tried to convey his warmth, the dedication of his caregivers, and the complex trade-offs of experimental medicine. Educators used his story not only to teach memory systems but to instill compassion for patients and families navigating cognitive loss. Ultimately, Henry Molaison's presence in scientific history was defined by a blend of clinical insight and human connection. He taught researchers about the mind and caregivers about the importance of kindness. And through the countless small interactions over decades, he left behind a legacy that is measured as much in empathy as in data. His life reminds us that research and compassion must always go hand in hand, across generations together. As historians look back, Henry Molaison's impact is unmistakable. He changed how scientists think about memory, how clinicians assess it, and how ethicists frame research obligations. His case became a central reference point that spans laboratory, clinic, and classroom. Educators now present his life as a teaching narrative that couples empirical insight with ethical reflection. Students learn not merely experimental methods but also the responsibilities that accompany human research. Clinically, practitioners learn to separate memory categories in assessment and to design rehabilitation that leans on preserved capacities. Therapists adopted routines, environmental supports, and skill training to support daily functioning for those with severe episodic loss. These approaches improved patient outcomes and informed long-term care strategies. HM also influenced public policy and advocacy. His case highlighted caregiver burdens and the need for structured support services. Advocates used his narrative to argue for respite programs, counseling resources, and training that helps families manage daily challenges. The anatomical study of his donated brain provided a final piece of the puzzle. Anatomists mapped lesion extents carefully and correlated those maps with decades of behavioral data. Those correlations strengthened models linking medial temporal damage with loss of episodic consolidation while also suggesting how distributed networks support memory in complex ways. At the same time, HM's life prompted historians and philosophers to examine the meaning of selfhood. If memory stitches experience into identity, what happens when those stitches unravel? These questions enriched scientific inquiry and reminded researchers that empirical findings intersect with human concerns about continuity and meaning. Educational outreach extended his influence beyond academia. Documentaries, museum exhibits, and public lectures presented his life as a case study that blends discovery with human consequence. By drawing attention to both scientific advances and the ethical context, these presentations encouraged public engagement with memory science. Collaborative conferences continue to cite his work when shaping new research agendas. Interdisciplinary teams translate theory into practice, pairing neuroscientific insight with clinical application. Funding agencies prioritize projects that couple basic discovery with applied caregiving research. Workshops train clinicians in memory-friendly communication and environmental design. Rehabilitation clinics implement labeling systems, schedules, and cue-based strategies refined from lessons observed in HM's care. These collective efforts show how one case can ripple outward to shape practice, policy, and public understanding in lasting ways. In this way, HM's biography became an instrument of change. A case study that taught how to transform knowledge into compassionate action. As we proceed, we carry both knowledge and responsibility, learning to study memory with scientific rigor and unwavering respect for those who teach us every day. Now, with these lessons in mind, we turn to the next case, another life that will illuminate memory's many faces and teach us how to meet them with knowledge and heart. Henry's daily life was built around dignity. Caregivers learned to prioritize respect over mere efficiency. They spoke to him as a person, not as a case. Simple courtesies, knowing his preferred cup, using his name, became rituals of care that conveyed worth. Routines mattered because they reduced confusion. Meals, light, and activity followed gentle schedules. Clocks, labels, and familiar songs anchored the day. This structuring was not about control, it was about creating a safe world. For family visits, small gestures mattered. A photograph on a table, a familiar tune, a well-loved scarf, these cues did not restore lost events, but they eased the moment. Companionship became an end in itself, present, immediate, sincere. Researchers took note, the environment could be engineered to reduce distress and enhance comfort for people with memory loss. Therapists designed spaces with clear sight lines, predictable routines, and sensory anchors that supported daily functioning. Taught caregivers that compassion often looks like consistency. Rather than replanting memory, they planted safety. That approach changed how institutions trained staff, how families organized visits, and how clinicians recommended care. In quiet moments, when a song played or sunlight warmed his face, would show contentment that needed no recollection. These moments remind us that human flourishing does not always require remembering. Presence can be a gift, given and received, without the burden of retention. And so his life influenced not only neuroscience but daily practice. It reshaped caregiving into an art of honoring the moment, making each present instant worthy of attention and respect. Practically, this meant training programs emphasized patience, clear communication, and techniques to reduce repetitive questioning. Families learned to use written notes, labels, and gentle prompts rather than insist on recall. Clinics adopted structured activity schedules and sensory gardens that provided calm and orientation. Across these practical changes, one idea persisted: dignity matters. HM's presence taught health professionals that how we care defines the quality of a life, regardless of memory. His legacy endures in handbooks, training modules, and the quiet rituals of caregivers around the world. Studies later quantified gains from these approaches. Hospitals reported lower agitation, fewer incidents of distress, and improved mood when routines were implemented. Care teams measured reduced staff turnover where training emphasized dignity and predictable schedules. These results validated what caregivers suspected: small practices produce benefits. Moreover, advocacy groups used HM's story to argue for better funding for community programs that support families and train home caregivers in memory-friendly techniques. Policy papers cited the case when recommending respite services, behavioral therapy supports, and day centers focused on structured activities. Thus, the ripples of one life reached health systems and public policy alike. Through this quiet revolution, HM taught a critical lesson: dignity, like memory, deserves preservation. The way we arrange a day can become an expression of care, respect for the human spirit. HM's family honored his wish to donate his brain to science. After his death, specialists prepared the tissue for meticulous study. The brain was frozen, sectioned, and photographed in thin, precise slices. Each image was catalogued, labeled, and archived for analysis. These slices offered a rare opportunity to directly compare anatomy with decades of behavioral records. Anatomists mapped the exact areas removed during his surgery. They identified which hippocampal regions and adjacent cortices had been resected, and which tissue remained intact. This anatomical clarity allowed scientists to draw firmer connections between specific lesions and memory deficits. Graduate students and researchers used the images as teaching tools and reference materials. Workshops demonstrated how microscopic changes relate to cognitive outcomes. Pathologists studied cellular patterns, gliosis, and neuronal loss that correspond to impaired consolidation. Beyond technical detail, the donation sparked ethical reflection. Teams collaborated with family members to ensure respectful handling and appropriate educational use. Institutions developed guidelines for consent, anonymized presentation, and public display that preserve dignity. The morphological data also advanced imaging science. Researchers compared archival slices to modern MRI and histological stains, bridging past and present methods. These cross-modal studies improved diagnostic accuracy for degenerative conditions and informed surgical planning. Computational modelers used the anatomical maps to simulate network damage and to explore how remaining circuits might compensate. The images became a foundation for experiments in memory reconsolidation, pattern separation, and hippocampal subfields. Public exhibits and lectures used selected images to explain memory biology to lay audiences. Curators framed the displays with care, emphasizing human story alongside scientific insight. Visitors left with a clearer sense of how fragile networks produce the continuity of experience. For clinicians, the post-mortem studies reinforced caution in interventions that risk memory circuits. They encouraged conservative surgical planning and promoted alternatives when possible. Educational programs integrated these lessons into neurosurgical curricula and clinical ethics seminars. Over the years, researchers published dozens of papers that referenced these anatomical data. Meta-analyses used his maps to test hypotheses about which hippocampal subfields support episodic recollection. Clinical studies correlated structural damage patterns with patient symptoms in traumatic brain injury and in early Alzheimer's disease. Funding agencies cited the archival resource when prioritizing projects that link anatomy with behavior. Through careful curation, HM's brain slices became more than images. They became a bridge between patient experience and laboratory models. They helped trainees appreciate the human consequences of surgical decisions and fostered a culture that values both discovery and care. The donation remains a solemn lesson in humility and gratitude today. HM's life did not end with his death. His influence continues to shape research agendas and clinical practice. Scientists study hippocampal subfields, memory reconsolidation, and network resilience with tools that his case helped inspire. New imaging modalities, computational models, and translational trials build on questions that his condition highlighted. Researchers investigate how residual circuits can support compensation and whether targeted therapies might enhance remaining function. Work on neuroplasticity explores how other brain regions adapt after focal damage and how behavioral training can harness this flexibility. Clinicians apply lessons from HM in designing environments, communication strategies, and rehabilitation plans that prioritize daily well-being. These applied efforts aim to translate laboratory insight into tangible improvements for people living with memory disorders. Funding agencies allocate resources to projects that pair anatomical precision with practical interventions, reflecting the translational arc his case exemplified. Interdisciplinary teams, neuroscientists, ethicists, clinicians, and caregivers, collaborate to ensure research addresses real human needs. Emerging lines of inquiry ask whether neuromodulation or pharmacological approaches could support consolidation pathways or aid compensatory networks. Other studies probe sleep's role in memory stabilization, informed by models that link hippocampal replay to durable encoding. At the same time, patient-centered research prioritizes quality of life, social engagement, and caregiver support as primary outcomes. Clinical trials increasingly include measures of functional ability, mood, and caregiver burden alongside laboratory endpoints. Educational programs translate these priorities into practice, training professionals to balance scientific rigor with compassionate application. HM's archival data remain a touchstone for validation, replication, and the generation of new hypotheses. Across laboratories, his name appears in method sections, background discussions, and theoretical models that seek to explain memory's architecture. New students reading about HM stand at the intersection of past insight and future possibility. His life models how patient histories can catalyze progress while also demanding ethical care across the research lifecycle. And perhaps most importantly, HM reminds us of a fundamental truth: the pursuit of knowledge is inseparable from the obligation to honor those who teach us. In clinics and classrooms, labs and living rooms, his legacy is a call to combine curiosity with compassion. For every experiment inspired by his case, there were caregivers who sustained him, families who advocated for respect, and professionals who translated findings into better care. The contours of memory science continue to evolve, but HM's life remains a steady beacon guiding investigators toward humane, responsible discovery. As new technologies emerge, researchers reference his story as a moral compass, reminding us that progress must serve human flourishing. Looking ahead, the questions HM raised continue to motivate research and reflection. We ask not only how to restore memory but how to dignify lives when restoration is impossible. In grappling with his case, science matures, learning humility and respect alongside discovery. HM taught us to seek knowledge that heals, and to remember that every data point is a human life, always with care. In the year 1848, a young railroad foreman named Phineas Gage was at work in Vermont. He was just 25 years old. Strong, capable, intelligent, and widely respected by his peers for his leadership on the job. That September afternoon seemed like any other. The crew was preparing the ground for railway tracks, using explosives to clear rock. Gage's role was to set the blasting charges. He would place gunpowder and a fuse into a drilled hole, and then tamp it down with a long iron rod. But on this particular day, something went wrong. The powder was not yet fully covered with sand. And when Gage lowered his tamping rod, a spark ignited the charge. In an instant, the iron rod, 3 feet long and over an inch thick, was blasted upward with unimaginable force. It entered through his left cheek, passed behind his left eye, and tore through the front of his brain, before shooting out through the top of his skull. The rod landed several feet away, covered in blood and fragments of bone. Witnesses froze in horror. But what happened next was even more shocking. Gage did not die. He staggered, somehow still standing, his body trembling, his face pale, but conscious. He was able to speak. He was even able to walk, supported by stunned co-workers. Later, a doctor examined him. He described how Gage was alert, answering questions clearly, while the massive wound still gaped in his head. No one could believe it. Here was a man whose skull had been pierced by an iron rod. Yet he survived. But survival was not the whole story. Because though his body remained alive, his mind, his personality, his very sense of self, was forever changed. This moment, the accident of Phineas Gage, would become one of the most famous medical cases in history. It would show the world that the brain is not just an organ of thought, but the seat of who we are. Tonight, we begin his story. The story of a man who lived, but never truly returned. Doctors who treated Phineas Gage could hardly believe what they saw. The iron rod had passed through his skull, and yet, he was alive. When Dr. John Harlow, the local physician, first reached him, he expected a corpse. But instead, he found Gage sitting upright on a chair, speaking calmly. He reportedly said, "Doctor, here is business enough for you." Harlow noted that Gage was not delirious. He was not screaming. He was conscious. The only signs of shock were his trembling hands and a weak pulse. The wound was horrific. Fragments of skull and brain tissue were visible. Blood streamed down his face. And yet, Gage answered questions, recognized people around him, and followed instructions. Over the next weeks, Harlow cleaned the wound daily. Infections set in. At times, Gage's life hung by a thread. But somehow, against all odds, he recovered. By winter, he could walk independently. By spring, he could return to his family home. His body had healed. But something else was profoundly different. Friends and co-workers began to notice it first. This was not the same Phineas they had known. The responsible, steady, disciplined man was gone. He became impatient, quick-tempered, profane, unreliable. He could no longer hold his job. Plans that once came easily now collapsed into chaos. Those close to him described it simply. Gage was no longer Gage. The iron rod had not just pierced his skull. It had pierced his personality. The accident revealed a deep truth. That the brain's frontal lobes are critical for judgment, decision-making, and self-control. Though science at the time could not yet explain it fully, Gage's case became the first window into the link between brain structure and human behavior. He had survived the impossible. But survival came at a cost. The man who walked away from that blast was not the man who had gone to work that morning. The transformation of Phineas Gage was not subtle. Those who knew him before the accident spoke of two different men. Before, he was industrious, polite, disciplined. After, he was restless, irresponsible, and impulsive. It was as if the iron rod had split his very character in two. Dr. Harlow observed these changes carefully. He noted that Gage could still speak, could still reason, and could still remember. But when it came to decision-making, when it came to controlling impulses, he faltered. This fascinated the medical community. Because until then, the brain had been a mystery. Many believed that different parts of the brain did not serve specific functions. But here, in Gage's case, the damage to the frontal lobes produced specific, visible effects on personality. It was a living demonstration that the mind is rooted in the brain. And when the brain is altered, the self is altered too. Friends described him as stubborn. He would make plans one moment, abandon them the next. He became profane, using language that shocked those around him. He could not stick to routines. And he lost his job with the railroad. Yet at the same time, there were glimpses of the old Gage. Moments of charm, flashes of humor, and occasional bursts of focus. It was as if two selves were wrestling within him. Over time, his case spread through medical journals. Doctors across America and Europe discussed him, argued over what his survival meant, and speculated about the functions of the brain. Phineas Gage was no longer just a patient. He was a symbol, a window into the fragile machinery of the human mind. And though the science of his day was not yet advanced enough to map brain circuits or measure signals, his story prepared the ground for modern neuroscience. The man himself lived on, but he carried with him the burden of being studied, observed, and remembered, as the man whose mind had been split by iron. Phineas Gage's survival was more than a curiosity. It became evidence. Evidence that the human brain is not a uniform organ, but a landscape of specialized regions. The 19th century was a time of debate. Some scientists argued that the brain worked as a whole. Others believed in localization, that specific areas controlled specific functions. Gage's case tilted the balance. His frontal lobe injury did not erase his memory, or his ability to move, or his capacity to speak. But it did alter his judgment, his emotions, and his behavior. This suggested something profound. That the frontal lobes are not simply higher thinking regions, but the seat of personality itself. Dr. Harlow published Gage's case widely. Other physicians wrote about it. Medical schools taught it. And slowly, it shifted the way people understood the mind. Today, we know that the frontal lobes play a central role in executive function, planning, self-control, social behavior, decision-making. But in the mid-1800s, this was radical. Gage was proof, living proof, that personality is not an abstract soul, floating free of the body. It is rooted in the physical brain. And this realization sparked new questions. What happens when other regions are damaged? How many parts of the self depend on delicate neural circuits? Can identity itself be reduced to matter? For philosophers and scientists alike, Gage was a mirror. He forced them to confront the fragile link between flesh and thought. Even today, over 170 years later, his name is spoken in neuroscience lectures. His skull is preserved in a Harvard museum. Iron rod displayed beside it. Students stare at it. Visitors stand in silence. Not because it is a curiosity, but because it is a reminder. A reminder that our personalities, our tempers, our choices, our very sense of self, rest in fragile tissue, easily altered, easily undone. The lessons of Gage were not just medical, they were human. It is easy to think of Phineas Gage as just a medical case, a name in textbooks. But behind the legend was a man. After his accident, Gage struggled to find stable work. Railroad companies no longer trusted him. His temper, his unreliability, and his mood swings made him difficult to employ. He traveled. For a time, he worked in New Hampshire. Later, he joined a stagecoach company in Chile. Driving long routes across the Andes, he regained some discipline. Some observers even believed his personality softened with time. But his health never fully recovered. Seizures began to trouble him. And after more than a decade of struggle, Phineas Gage died in 1860. At the age of 36. His skull was later exhumed. The famous rod that had passed through it was placed alongside. And together, they became one of the most studied relics in neuroscience. But it is important to remember, Gage was more than a symbol. He was a son, a worker, a man who lived and suffered. His story is not only about the science of the brain, but also about the fragility of human life. The legend of Phineas Gage endures, not because of the iron rod alone, but because he reminds us that beneath every scientific case, there is a human being. And tonight, as we close this section of his story, we remember him not only as the man with the iron rod, but as Phineas Gage, a man whose survival, whose suffering, and whose memory still shape the way we understand ourselves. The aftermath of Phineas Gage's accident was immediate and relentless. News of the blast spread through his town, carried by startled co-workers and whispered in taverns. At first, people marveled at his survival. He had walked, spoken, and even joked in the hours after the disaster. But then, as days turned into weeks, the novelty soured into concern. Gage returned home to family who cared for him tenderly. They cleaned his wound. They dressed his head. They tried to coax him back into the life he had known. Sometimes he showed patience, sometimes he did not. He grew unpredictable. Small kindnesses could be met with rage. A helpful gesture might provoke anger. He struggled to maintain steady employment. Rumors circulated that he had become a different man. Those who had once praised his reliability now complained of broken promises. Plans that required foresight, saving pay, supervising labor, managing crews, fell through. In time, his role on the railroad ended. Colleagues who had trusted his judgment felt betrayed by his sudden volatility. But the story of Gage's displacement is more than gossip. It reveals how communities respond to altered behavior. Faced with someone who no longer fit old expectations, people often withdraw. Support can shrink, leaving the injured person isolated. For Gage, this meant seeking work in distant places. There are records of him traveling to New Hampshire, trying odd jobs. Later, he found employment driving a stagecoach in Chile, a role requiring stamina and basic navigation, but also offering change and routine without managerial burden. Some accounts suggest the steady travel and the disciplined rhythms of coaching helped stabilize him. Traveling over long mountain routes required attention and resilience. It offered him purpose divorced from the supervisory responsibilities he could no longer reliably fulfill. Yet even abroad, health problems persisted. Seizures began to trouble him in later years. His body, though astonishingly rebuilt after trauma, bore the scars of injury and disease. When Phineas died in 1860, he had lived beyond expectations but short of a full recovery to his former self. The social aftermath of his accident invites reflection. How do we welcome people changed by brain injury? Do we demand conformity to former roles, or do we reshape expectations and craft new niches? Gage's life suggests a mixed answer: some doors closed, others opened. His displacement shows both the cruelty and the creativity of social adaptation. Over time, scholars would mine these community accounts, cautious about bias, yet grateful for their vividness. They remind us that medical facts are entwined with social stories: how neighbors remember, how employers act, how families bend. Gage's life thus became a mirror for medicine and society, teaching adaptation. Scientists returned again and again to Phineas Gage's case because it opened a door: the frontal lobes matter for personality. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, anatomical localization became more refined, and Gage's injury provided a striking example of behavioral change following focal damage. Modern neuroscience now recognizes the frontal cortex as central to executive functions, planning, impulse control, social reasoning, and emotional regulation. Damage there can disrupt the ability to foresee consequences, temper anger, and align behavior with social norms. Researchers used Gage to frame experiments and theories. Neuroanatomists mapped frontal regions, while psychologists designed tests of decision-making and inhibition. Later studies with patients and animal models showed that the prefrontal cortex integrates information across time, allowing people to link past experience to future plans. This integration supports what we call foresight. Imagining outcomes and choosing accordingly. Without it, individuals may pursue immediate goals without regard for long-term consequences. Phineas's transformation suggested that personality is not a singular, ethereal essence but a set of capacities grounded in brain circuits. As studies expanded, scientists discovered that the frontal lobes interact with limbic structures. Emotion and cognition are entwined, one shapes the other. Disruption in connections can lead to impulsivity, risk-taking, and difficulty with empathy. These insights also inform treatments, rehabilitation aimed at strengthening routines, external cues, and structured decision frameworks to compensate for impaired executive control. Neuroscientific tools evolved: neuroimaging, electrophysiology, lesion mapping, and with them came nuanced views. We now know the frontal lobes are not monolithic. Subregions contribute differently to social cognition, working memory, and valuation. Yet the core lesson persists. Damage to frontal networks can profoundly alter behavior. Gage's case, once anecdotal, became empirical fodder for systematic study. Ethically, this knowledge raised questions. If personality could change due to injury, how should society balance responsibility and compassion? Legal systems began wrestling with neurobiological explanations for behavior. Courts sometimes consider frontal damage in mitigation, asking whether decreased impulse control affects culpability. Philosophers debated free will, character, and moral responsibility in light of neurobiological vulnerability. Clinically, the lessons led to targeted interventions. Therapists teach compensatory strategies, structured planning, checklists, and environmental supports that help patients manage executive deficits. Cognitive rehabilitation often focuses on skill building rather than attempting to restore lost personality traits. Support networks emphasize predictable routines and scaffolds that reduce the cognitive load of decision-making. Today, interdisciplinary teams study how targeted interventions, behavioral therapies, neuromodulation, and social support can mitigate frontal deficits and restore function in daily life. The work continues across labs worldwide. It connects science, care, and civic responsibility. The story of Phineas Gage did not remain a simple clinical note, it became legend. Through retellings, embellishments, and occasional inaccuracies, his case grew into a myth used to illustrate bold claims about mind and brain. Early reports emphasized dramatic change, and later popularizers amplified the contrast between the pre- and post-accident selves. Sometimes details were simplified for effect, the exact trajectory of the rod, the subtleties of his recovery, and the complexity of his behavior became compressed into a dramatic moral. Historians and neuroscientists later revisited primary sources, Dr. Harlow's meticulous notes, eyewitness testimony, and medical records. These materials paint a more nuanced picture. Phineas's personality did change, but not uniformly or irreversibly. There were moments of competence and moments of difficulty, and different observers emphasized distinct aspects. The truth was textured, resisting the tidy binary of before and after that popular narratives preferred. Myth-making matters because stories shape science and public understanding. A headline that pronounces the death of personality after brain injury may attract attention, but it can mislead families, clinicians, and policymakers. It risks fostering fatalism or stigma about those with neurological change. For this reason, careful scholarship sought to correct the record, contextualizing Gage's behavior, acknowledging the limits of 19th-century observation, and distinguishing anecdote from evidence. At the same time, the myth's persistence reveals why his story resonates. We are drawn to tales that link physical injury with dramatic moral transformation. They make abstract brain processes feel tangible and urgent. They remind us that the fragile tissue inside our skulls anchors social life, responsibility, and identity. Popular culture added its own layers. Films, novels, and documentaries often dramatized Gage's fate, sometimes privileging spectacle over subtlety. Contemporary educators now ask learners to interrogate sources, examine biases, and trace how narrative choices influence interpretation. This reflective turn benefits patients and families, who deserve balanced portrayals that respect the dignity of those living with neurological changes. Complexity invites measured compassion. After the initial crisis, Phineas Gage sought new routines that fit his altered capacities. Employment opportunities that required steady planning or supervisory control were no longer feasible. But other roles, those that offered rhythm, physical activity, and clear immediate tasks, could be sustainable. In Chile, driving a stagecoach across mountain roads demanded vigilance, stamina, and responsiveness to the present. It did not require long-term administrative planning. This shift is instructive for rehabilitation. Clinicians and vocational specialists learn from Gage's pattern, matching tasks to preserved abilities, and restructuring work to reduce cognitive strain. For many individuals with frontal damage, the goal is not to recreate past responsibilities but to find meaningful occupations that align with current strengths. Practical supports, structured schedules, environmental cues, simplified decision trees, help make work feasible. Medical care also evolved. Physicians monitored seizures and managed infections while attending to nutrition and rest. Occupational therapy emphasized adaptive techniques, breaking complex tasks into steps, using external reminders, and scaffolding social interactions. Family involvement remained critical. Relatives provided stability, context, and emotional continuity even when memories did not persist. Gage's time abroad suggests the therapeutic value of change in environment. A new setting can reduce the pressure of old expectations and create space for re-evaluation of roles. Yet relocation also carries costs, separation from familiar supports, language barriers, and new stressors that can exacerbate symptoms. For Gage, the Andes offered both challenge and refuge. Contemporary programs echo this approach. Supported employment initiatives provide on-site coaching, job carving, and employer education to create sustainable positions. Research shows these models increase work retention and life satisfaction for people with cognitive impairments. Equally important is public education. When employers understand accommodations, they welcome diverse talents. Gage's life thus anticipates modern inclusion efforts that pair practical supports with social acceptance. Recovery demands support, patience, resources, and ongoing care. Phineas Gage's case reached beyond medicine into law, ethics, and philosophy. If brain injury can alter impulse control and judgment, how should the legal system interpret responsibility? Courts grapple with neurobiological testimony, sometimes considering brain damage as a mitigating factor in criminal cases. Philosophers debated free will and moral responsibility in light of evidence that neural circuits shape behavior. Gage's story became a touchstone for these discussions, a vivid example of how biology intersects with moral norms. Legal scholars emphasize nuance. Brain damage does not absolve agency automatically. Each case requires careful assessment of intent, capacity, and contextual factors. Neuroscientific findings inform but do not determine legal outcomes. Still, Gage's legacy pressed the justice system to consider cognitive science in sentencing, competency evaluations, and rehabilitation planning. In philosophy, the case fueled inquiries about personal identity. If the person before injury differs in crucial ways from the person after, in what sense are they the same individual? Debates about psychological continuity, narrative identity, and the role of memory were invigorated by Gage's transformation. Some argue that identity rests on memory-linked narratives, others propose relational or embodied conceptions of self that persist despite memory loss. Ethicists also draw lessons about treatment and care. When interventions risk altering personality, how should medicine proceed? Gage's surgery, though accidental in its outcome, raised questions about surgical risks and the moral calculus of experimental procedures. Consent, risk communication, and post-operative support became central themes in medical ethics partly because of cases like his. Multidisciplinary teams now include neuroscientists advising courts, clinicians supporting legal determinations, and social services providing rehabilitation. Training programs help judges, lawyers, and clinicians interpret evidence responsibly. In these ways, Gage's case continues to influence practical systems that bridge science, law, and public welfare. The work continues, carefully and calmly. Dr. John Martin Harlow arrived as a physician in the wake of disaster, and he stayed as witness and chronicler of a life shattered and remade. He did not write hurried notes, he recorded details with patience, and an eye for human truth. In his clinical reports, Harlow described wounds, observed behavior, and preserved testimony that later generations would mine for insight. These records became the primary archive for Phineas Gage's strange tale, the lifeline that connected 19th-century observation to modern neuroscience. Harlow's descriptions are vivid. He documented the rod's entry and exit, the immediate swelling and bleeding, the astounding fact of survival. He recorded how Gage could speak, walk, and respond soon after the blast, and how, over weeks and months, his temperament shifted in ways that friends found bewildering. Harlow provided repeated follow-ups, noting both medical progress and behavioral change. And he published these observations in medical journals that circulated widely among physicians of his era. What stands out in Harlowe's work is his blend of clinical curiosity and humane concern. He did not reduce Gage to an object of study. He wrote about family, about work, about the social consequences of injury, and he preserved eyewitness recollections that revealed texture and nuance. He tracked seizures, appetite, wound healing, and the course of infection with methodical care, but he also listened to neighbors and colleagues who remembered the man before the accident. Without Harlowe's faithful records, Gage's story might have faded into rumor or myth. Over time, historians returned to Harlowe's notebooks for clarity, and sometimes to correct overblown retellings. We must read these records critically, aware of 19th-century medical language and cultural assumptions, yet grateful for their depth. Harlowe reminds us that good clinical practice includes narrative. Diligent notes, respectful observation, and long-term follow-up that honors the whole person. His legacy endures as an example. Careful documentation can turn a single life into a foundation for science. Tonight, when we consider Phineas Gage, we should remember Harlowe too. The physician's pen bridged a gap between trauma and understanding. It preserved evidence that allowed later scientists to ask sharper questions about brain and behavior. And it kept alive the human dimensions of a tragedy that might otherwise have become an anecdote. So in this soft moment, imagine a desk lamp, a stack of journals, and a physician writing longhand by lamplight. Those pages carry weight, both medical and moral, and they remind us that observation, recorded with care, can change knowledge across centuries. The physical remnants of Phineas Gage's trauma, the iron rod and the skull, are stark reminders of what happened. After his death, the skull and rod moved into collections, first local, then institutional, and eventually into museum displays that attract students, scholars, and curious visitors. They are displayed not to sensationalize but to educate, to show the concrete reality of an event that reshaped science's imagination. In a glass case, the rod lies parallel to the skull, the metal dull with age yet still ominously present. Visitors lean in, reading placards that summarize the accident, the medical response, and the debates that followed. The skull itself bears the clear path of trauma, its form is a map of the force that altered a life. Seeing these objects can provoke many feelings, wonder, sorrow, empathy, and invites us to ask what it means to study human remains responsibly. Curators face ethical choices when exhibiting human tissue and artifacts associated with suffering. They must balance educational value with respect for the person who once lived. Interpretation panels now emphasize dignity and context. They tell Gage's biography, not merely his injury. They note his travels, his struggles, his family, and the historical milieu that shaped initial responses. Anthropologists and historians use the skull and rod as teaching aids, coupling visual evidence with archival records. The juxtaposition of object and text helps learners move from the visceral shock of the material to a fuller narrative about resilience, social consequence, and scientific evolution. For medical students, the display reinforces anatomy and the clinical importance of the frontal lobes. For the public, it humanizes the abstract concept of brain localization. Yet, as museums adapt, they increasingly invite dialogue about consent, memory, and representation. Exhibits encourage visitors to consider harm, recovery, and the social networks that supported Gage. They foreground that he was a person whose remains now serve an educational purpose. Thus, the skull and rod function as both artifact and memorial, objects that ground a complex story in physical reality, while urging us to hold dignity close as we learn. Modern exhibits include interactive kiosks that connect Gage's story to contemporary research. They show scans, reconstructions, and interviews with neuroscientists who explain the enduring questions raised by his injury. Some museums pair the display with oral histories from families of patients with brain injuries, creating empathy bridges across time. These curatorial practices model how museums can be sites of learning that integrate science, ethics, and human stories. Let the object teach, and honor the person. As neuroscience advanced, scholars revisited Phineas Gage with new tools and fresh skepticism. Early accounts emphasized dramatic personality change, later researchers asked for nuance. Using forensic reconstruction, archival research, and modern imaging, historians pieced together a fuller portrait, one that balanced sensational claims with measured evidence. Re-examinations considered variations in eyewitness testimony, the limits of 19th-century observation, and the social context that shaped interpretations. Some critics argued that storytellers exaggerated differences to create a compelling moral. Others showed that changes were real but variable, influenced by pre-existing temperament, social support, and the nature of recovery. This more complex view did not diminish the case's importance, it refined it. Neuroscientists also applied computational modeling to simulate the impact of frontal disruption. They compared lesion maps to network theories, asking how damage to certain nodes could disrupt executive control. Models suggested that while localized damage can produce notable deficits, brain networks often reorganize over time, recruiting alternate pathways to compensate. Such plasticity helps explain why some patients recover certain functions while others continue to struggle. Moreover, contemporary clinicians revisit Gage to consider comorbidities. Seizures, infection, secondary injury, and social stressors can all affect behavior after trauma. These factors complicate straightforward attribution of changes solely to frontal lobe damage. Understanding such interactions remains a priority for both research and clinical care. Ethical scholarship also deepened. Researchers emphasized the need to avoid deterministic narratives that strip people of agency or dignity. They urged public-facing accounts to acknowledge uncertainty and to present multiple perspectives. This scholarly humility aims to respect the person while still learning from the case. At the same time, Gage's case continues to inspire practical innovation. Neurorehabilitation now uses targeted cognitive training, neuromodulation techniques, and personalized therapy plans that reflect our complex understanding of brain-behavior relationships. Legal scholars use his history to inform nuanced assessments of responsibility, emphasizing capacity evaluations rather than simplistic attributions. The case has thus matured from emblematic anecdote to a sophisticated teaching node, one that embraces ambiguity and encourages interdisciplinary inquiry. Science keeps learning, slowly. Behind every clinical case are families who navigate uncertainty, grief, and adaptation. Phineas Gage's loved ones sought to care for him in the decades after the accident, facing stigma and confusion as they helped him rebuild a life. Their efforts illuminate a dimension often overlooked in clinical reports, the labor of support that sustains patients through long recoveries. Relatives altered expectations, reframed tasks, and restructured daily routines to match Gage's changing capacities. They provided reminders, interpreted behavior for others, and advocated for roles that fit his strengths. These family strategies are familiar to caregivers today, creating environments that reduce demands on executive control and emphasizing immediate engagement. They model a practical compassion that transforms obligation into meaningful presence. At community level, neighbors and employers reacted in mixed ways. Some withdrew, unsettled by the differences they observed. Others adapted, offering new opportunities or adjusting expectations. The social fabric around an injured person can either isolate or integrate them. Supportive communities often buffer the worst effects of disability. Gage's trajectory, finding work abroad, traveling, and surviving years beyond prognosis, reflects both personal resilience and the uneven support he received. Families bear emotional weight, too, worry, grief, and the burden of constant oversight. Caregiver fatigue is not a modern invention. 19th-century records reveal exhausted relatives performing daily care tasks without the resources or services available today. Understanding this history underscores the need for contemporary supports, respite care, counseling, financial assistance, and training in memory-friendly techniques. Policy reforms inspired by historical cases emphasize holistic care that extends beyond clinical interventions. Empathy matters in clinical encounters. When physicians read Gage's file now, they are urged to imagine the family's perspective, the tender small victories, the quiet losses, the moral decisions about work and relocation. Compassionate communication, honest, patient-centered, and respectful, can ease the journey for both patients and families. Compassion requires public action today. Phineas Gage's life closes a circle that begins with a moment of extraordinary violence and continues through stubborn survival, social upheaval, and scientific reflection. His case teaches many lessons, and its final echoes ask quiet, persistent questions about vulnerability, knowledge, and care. We began with a rod and a skull, with lamplight and a physician's notes. We followed a man who changed in ways that unsettled his community and shocked early scientists. We watched medical practice evolve and learned how careful recording can preserve complex truth. We observed how communities respond, sometimes cruelly, sometimes kindly, and we traced lines from 19th century curiosity to modern rehabilitation and ethics. In the end, Gage's story resists simple moralizing. It is not merely a cautionary tale about fragile brains or an argument about deterministic reductionism. It is evidence that the body and mind are woven together in ways that surprise us, and that human lives can be both instruments of scientific discovery and subjects of compassionate care. What should we carry forward from his life? First, humility. Science advances by attentive observation, but it must remain humble before the complexity of human lives. Second, dignity. Artifacts and case notes are tools for learning, but they must be framed with respect for the person whose body once held them. Third, compassion. Caregivers, families, and communities shape recovery in tangible ways. Their labor deserves support and recognition. Finally, curiosity must be coupled with ethics. Phineas Gage taught us that knowledge arrives at human cost, and that the obligation to study must include the obligation to care. Today's researchers stand on the shoulders of these early observations, and their work must honor both empirical rigor and the lives behind the data. Across disciplines, scholars continue to debate and build upon the lessons his life offered. New technologies promise insights, but technological promise cannot replace moral responsibility. Research funding, public policy, and clinical training should prioritize outcomes that improve daily lives and respect persons. Support networks must grow, and education about brain injury should become widespread so families are not isolated by ignorance or stigma. Let his life guide us toward humane science. Ansel Bourne. A name that rests quietly in the archives of psychology, but carries with it a mystery that still lingers today. It begins in January of 1887. Ansel was a devout evangelical preacher in Rhode Island. A man known for his earnest sermons, his simple way of life, and his steady devotion to his community. At 61 years of age, his life was patterned, familiar, and rooted in memory. But then, something fractured. On January 17th, he left his home in Providence. To his family, it was just another ordinary day. But instead of continuing his usual routine, he vanished. No notes. No plans. No trace of intention. Simply gone. 2 months later, on March 14th, he opened his eyes in a small shop in Norristown, Pennsylvania. 200 miles from his home. But here is the strange part. He awoke not as a man who had been traveling. Not as a man who had been living under a false name. He awoke as though no time had passed at all. For Ansel Bourne, it was still January. He remembered leaving home that morning. He remembered nothing in between. Yet, to the townspeople of Norristown, he had been living among them for weeks. Running a small stationery shop. Paying rent. Talking with neighbors. Introducing himself as A.J. Brown. The life of A.J. Brown was full, coherent, and convincing. But Ansel remembered none of it. This moment of awakening was so shocking that historians still mark it as one of the earliest documented cases of what we now call dissociative fugue. A fracture of memory so complete, that a person becomes someone else entirely. Pause here. Imagine closing your eyes tonight, and opening them weeks later in another town, with no memory of how you arrived, but with everyone around you certain of who you are. This is the paradox of Ansel Bourne. His case would go on to inspire William James, the father of American psychology. It would ripple through psychiatry, through discussions of consciousness, through early debates of what the self truly is. And even now, in the quiet hours of research, his story continues to be studied. Because memory is not only fragile, it is negotiable. The mind is capable of crafting whole identities, then discarding them as if they never existed. In Part 2, we explore what happened in those missing weeks. And how the preacher Ansel became the shopkeeper A.J. Brown. For the people of Norristown, Pennsylvania, the man they knew as A.J. Brown was no mystery at all. He arrived in town in late January, friendly but reserved. He told the landlord he was a retired carpenter. He rented a small shop. He sold stationery, candy, and small household items. And for nearly 2 months, he lived an ordinary, visible life. Neighbors greeted him. Children bought treats from him. He spoke with ease, negotiated prices, and seemed perfectly coherent. There was nothing about him that appeared confused or broken. He was simply A.J. Brown. But here's the fracture. When Ansel awoke on March 14th, standing inside that very same shop, he had no idea where he was. No memory of renting it. No recollection of paying bills. He looked around, bewildered, insisting he was not Brown, but Bourne. And that he had only just left Providence. His landlord, the townspeople, the very children who bought sweets from him. They all looked on in shock. How could this man forget the life he had lived right in front of them? How could his mind erase weeks of experiences that seemed so real? The case quickly reached physicians and, eventually, the great William James. James studied Ansel extensively. Through hypnosis, he attempted to recover fragments of the Brown personality. And in trance states, Brown returned. Under hypnosis, Brown spoke as though he had never been Ansel. He was calm, ordinary, and consistent. But when Ansel was awake, he knew nothing of Brown. 2 identities, inhabiting one man. Each blind to the other. This led to one of the earliest academic explorations of dissociative identity and fugue states. Was Brown a created personality, born from stress or exhaustion? Was it a defensive wall the mind built to escape the burdens of preaching, of devotion, of aging? Or was it something deeper, an unknown fracture of memory we still cannot measure? Ansel himself never offered an explanation. He lived the rest of his life quietly, haunted less by the weeks of lost time, and more by the strange reality that, in the eyes of others, he had been 2 men. Pause for reflection. What does this mean for memory? If memory defines identity, and identity can fracture into another self entirely, then what does it mean to be you? Ansel Bourne would never solve that riddle. But psychology would chase it for decades. In Part 3, we follow William James's deep experiments with Ansel. Experiments that uncovered the voices of 2 selves within one man, and raised questions that still echo in psychiatry today. When word of Ansel Bourne's strange case reached scholars, one man in particular was captivated, William James. James, already considered one of the brightest voices in the emerging field of psychology, saw in Ansel's story more than just a curiosity. He saw a window into the very nature of consciousness itself. Ansel was brought in for examinations. And James, careful and patient, began his work. At first, the test seemed simple, asking questions, prompting memories, probing gently into the lost weeks. But the more James pressed, the more apparent it became, there were 2 minds at work within this single man. In his waking state, Ansel was calm, bewildered, and devout. He remembered only his life as a preacher. He knew nothing of Norristown. He denied the name Brown. And when pressed on the matter, he became quietly distressed. But under hypnosis, something remarkable happened. The personality of A.J. Brown emerged. The voice shifted. The posture relaxed. And the answers flowed as though this were an entirely different man. Brown spoke of his shop, of customers, of simple routines. He carried no sense of being a preacher, no weight of sermons or scripture. His was the life of a tradesman, modest and contained. James took meticulous notes. Here, he believed, was proof that memory could divide, and that identity itself was not singular. That within the same body, two coherent lives could exist, yet remain blind to each other. For James, this was not just an oddity. It was a challenge to the very idea of the self. If consciousness could split, if memory could wall itself off into separate rooms, then perhaps the self we each carry is more fragile than we admit. Ansel, however, did not see himself as two. For him, Brown was a stranger who had borrowed his life. He was disturbed by the idea that he could have lived weeks as another man. He struggled with the reality that neighbors and townspeople spoke of him with familiarity, while to him, it was nothing but silence. James published the findings, and psychologists across the Atlantic took note. The Bourne case became a touchstone, an early exploration of dissociative fugue and identity fragmentation. Pause here. Imagine being told by doctors, by neighbors, even by friends, that you had lived a life you cannot remember. Imagine hearing your own words spoken back to you in another voice. Would you accept it? Would you deny it? Would you wonder if you had ever been fully yourself? This was the burden Ansel carried. And this was the mystery James left to science. In Part 4, we look not only at the personal weight Bourne carried, but at the legacy his case left behind. A legacy that shaped psychology, memory research, and even inspired fictional works about fractured identity. By the time the examinations ended, Ansel Bourne was exhausted. He wanted to return to his life of preaching, to the rhythm of sermons and devotion. But history would not release him so easily. William James continued to cite the case for years. And other psychologists began using it as evidence that the self is not absolute, but layered. The Bourne case was referenced in textbooks, in lectures, in discussions about memory and identity. It became one of the most famous examples of dissociative fugue in the 19th century. For Ansel himself, the weight was quieter, more personal. He never fully understood what had happened to him. To his mind, he had simply lost time. But for the rest of his days, he lived with the knowledge that there existed, somewhere in the shadows of his mind, a man called A.J. Brown. This knowledge troubled him. It challenged his faith. It stirred questions he could not answer. And though he tried to move on, his case had already left its mark on history. In the years that followed, scientists and writers alike drew upon his story. The idea of one man living two lives, each hidden from the other, entered not only medical journals but literature and fiction. It was not long before such tales inspired works like Robert Louis Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, written just a year before Bourne's fugue. Though Stevenson's story was fictional, the eerie parallels gave Bourne's case a cultural echo. The legacy also traveled forward in time. Modern psychology still references him as a pioneer case of dissociative fugue. And for neuroscientists, his story is a reminder of how little we understand about the fragile architecture of memory. Pause for reflection. The case of Ansel Bourne reminds us that memory is not fixed. That who we are is, in part, a story told by the brain. And when the brain chooses silence, the story can change. Ansel passed away quietly, remembered more by scholars than by the public. But his legacy endures. Not in sermons or scripture, but in psychology's understanding of memory loss. His disappearance, his awakening, and his divided identity still echo more than a century later. And so, with Ansel Bourne, we close one of the earliest and most fascinating chapters in the study of memory. In Section 5, we move forward into another extraordinary life, one of the most famous amnesia cases of the 20th century, a man whose story still defines neuroscience today. Imagine waking up every morning, believing it's 1994. You look in the mirror. Your face is older than you expect. But in your mind, you're still young. Every day, your husband has to remind you who he is. Every day, sticky notes and reminders on walls are your map to survival. This is the story of Michelle Philpots. A woman whose memory stopped, almost 3 decades ago. Her life was shattered not by one tragedy, but two. Two accidents that rewired her brain. Michelle once lived a normal life. She had a job. She drove her car. She loved. She laughed. She dreamed. But after a motorcycle crash in 1985, her brain suffered damage. Doctors warned her memory might be affected. At first, she carried on. Then, in 1990, fate struck again. Another accident. Another head injury. This time, the damage was irreversible. By 1994, Michelle's mind froze. Her ability to form new memories vanished. She was locked in a loop. Imagine, every day since then, you live believing it's still 1994. The world moved on. Technology exploded. Friends grew older. Wars began and ended. But for Michelle, it is always the same year. Every morning she wakes up confused. Her husband must remind her. They are married. They live together. They have a life, one that she cannot fully hold on to. Her fridge, her phone, her walls, covered in reminders. Post-it notes are her lifeline. Her husband Steve shows her their wedding photos again and again. Each time, it feels like the first. Her story shocked the world because it feels like something out of a movie. But it is heartbreakingly real. Every love story has challenges. But Michelle's marriage to Steve is unlike any other. They married in 1997. But here's the tragedy. Michelle has no memory of their wedding day. For her, it never happened. Yet Steve wakes up every morning, ready to remind her. Ready to love her again. He shows her the photographs. He tells her the story. And each time, it is new to Michelle. Imagine living in a marriage, where one partner remembers everything. And the other, remembers nothing new. To Michelle, Steve is sometimes a stranger. But his patience, his devotion, has kept them together for decades. This is not just a story of memory loss. It's a story of love that refuses to surrender. Michelle cannot use modern technology. Smartphones, the internet, social media, all beyond her grasp. Because her memory is stuck in a time before they existed. To her, every day is like stepping into the future. Every morning brings confusion. Why does the world look different? Why is her face older? Why are people using devices she cannot name? And yet, Steve reassures her. Guides her gently. Loves her fiercely. Doctors compare her condition to living in a permanent Groundhog Day. Except Michelle cannot learn from each day. She only forgets. Still, she laughs. She smiles. She finds joy in small moments, even if she cannot carry them forward. It is easy to see this as a tragedy. But Steve insists, it is also a story of resilience. Because love can survive even when memory cannot. Michelle's life teaches us something chilling, and something beautiful. That even when memory fails, emotion endures. Even when the brain forgets, the heart remembers. Picture this. You go to bed tonight, and when you wake up tomorrow, every memory you made today is gone. That's Michelle's life. A life in fragments. A life without continuity. Her condition is known as anterograde amnesia. It means she cannot store new long-term memories. Short-term ones vanish within hours, sometimes minutes. So imagine how frightening daily routines become. Cooking a meal. Crossing the street. Answering the phone. Each task demands reminders. Each moment requires guidance. Her fridge is plastered with sticky notes. Her phone contains reminders. Her husband repeats the same conversations. She keeps a digital alarm device. It rings not just to wake her, but to tell her what to do throughout the day. But here's the heartbreaking truth. Even with all these aids, she can never fully function alone. Independence is impossible. The cruel part. Michelle remembers everything before 1994. Her childhood. Her teenage years. Her early 20s. They are crystal clear. So when she looks at her husband, at her home, at the modern world, she sees a stranger's life. For Michelle, every morning is a shock. Every morning feels like she's been dropped into the future. She looks around. And wonders. How did I get here? Doctors describe her as living in a time capsule. But unlike a capsule, she cannot be opened. She cannot be updated. To Michelle, life is a constant repetition. And yet, inside that repetition, she finds small joys. A laugh. A smile. The warmth of her husband's hand. And though those moments vanish from memory, they do not vanish from her experience. In the moment, she feels them fully. In the moment, she is alive. Her story forces us to ask: is memory the only measure of life? Or can we live, even when the past refuses to build itself? Michelle's story is not just personal. It's global. Her condition has been studied by neuroscientists. Her life has inspired documentaries, news reports, and medical case studies. Why? Because she represents one of the clearest, most extreme examples of what memory truly means to being human. When her case was first revealed, people were stunned. A woman, living decades in the past. Believing she was still in her 20s. Living as though the last 30 years never happened. It felt like science fiction. But it was reality. Researchers compared her to Henry Molaison, the most famous amnesia patient in history. But Michelle's case was different. Her amnesia was born not from surgery, but from trauma. 2 crashes. 2 injuries. 2 tragedies that sealed her mind. Her life raised profound questions. What is memory? Is it just storage of facts? Or is it the thread that ties together our very identity? Without memory, who are we? Michelle herself admits. She often feels like a stranger in her own body. Like she was stolen from herself. And yet, the world looked at her not just with pity, but with awe. Because she adapted. Because she survived. Because her husband's love gave her something stronger than memory. It gave her continuity. Every day he tells her their story. Every day he gives her back her life. And in that repetition, their love endures. Michelle's case reminds us of one terrifying truth. Our memories are fragile. One blow to the head, one accident, one misfortune. And everything we are, can vanish. But her case also reminds us of something powerful. That being alive is not only about remembering the past. It's about experiencing the present. Even if it fades. Even if it disappears. Even if tomorrow, we wake up and it's gone. Michelle Philpots may not remember her life. But she has lived it. And in that, there is meaning. On an ordinary spring day in 1985, the newsroom felt alive in the same familiar way it had felt every day for years. Phones hummed. Typewriters clicked. Reporters murmured into headsets and into notebooks. In that room worked Jody Roberts. 26 years old. Quiet. Focused. A reporter who rarely sought the spotlight but had a steady, searching intelligence that made editors take notice. She was the kind of journalist who kept notes everyone else missed. She chased small discrepancies until they revealed larger truths. She believed in facts. She believed in deadlines. She believed that work mattered, because stories could change lives. On May 20th she left the office in the late afternoon, an ordinary errand, a routine of follow-up interviews. She intended to return. She planned to bring back more pages, another cable of notes. She did not come back. At first, colleagues assumed the usual, a late meeting, a traffic delay, a phone call that kept her away. But as hours passed, that assumption shifted into unease. Calls went unanswered. Her desk sat with a coffee cup half drunk, an open notepad, a pen placed across a page as if paused mid-sentence. Then the more alarming facts appeared: her car, still parked where she had left it, her purse and personal effects left behind, no note, no sign of intention, no visible sign of struggle. The pattern looked less like a planned departure and more like a small, haunted mystery waiting to be explained. Police arrived with the quiet, mechanical thoroughness of procedure. They retraced steps. They interviewed witnesses. Neighbors described seeing a silhouette cross a parking lot. A security guard remembered a woman walking toward an alley. Each small memory collected into a list of sightings that would never quite connect. In the days that followed, speculation filled the gaps our lack of knowledge created. Friends whispered about sources she had pursued. Some wondered if a dangerous story had made an enemy. Others feared the worst, in private, foul play. The press, that engine of public curiosity, amplified each theory and fed the rumor mill with both compassion and crude hunger. But for the family, the public display offered little comfort. Their days became rituals of hope and ritual of pain, posting flyers under lamplight, speaking on camera to remind strangers of a face they recognized intimately, waiting for an answering call that never came. What the investigators could not yet reveal, grief revealed. The small things left behind, a sweater, a key, became emblems of absence. Search parties organized the ordinary way, volunteers with flashlights on riverbanks, teams combing brush in abandoned lots, detectives tracing phone records and interviewing acquaintances. The community turned its routines into search grids, looking for anything that might catch the story by its ragged edge. Hopes rose with each possible sighting and fell as quickly when the thread ended in contradiction. Weeks became months, and the case cooled in the public eye even as the family's sorrow only deepened. Missing person cases accumulate paperwork, witness statements, checklists, evidence bags, the slow churn of institutional process. But paperwork is not consolation. It is structure for grief. Years passed with the ache of not knowing. Anniversaries arrived and were marked by the quiet rituals families used to resist forgetting: a candle left by a window, a phone call checked twice a day, a box of carefully folded clothes. Friends remembered Jody's laugh, her curiosity, the way she once stayed late to verify a detail, another small thing etched into memory to keep her present. Then, more than a decade later, the cold file that had been shelved began to stir. Not with drama, not with a sudden confession or a dramatic arrest, but with slow, bureaucratic alignments. Records cross-checked, old photos re-examined, a tip re-evaluated under a new lens. A small administrative note in a distant county record matched an old description. A photograph in a local paper was recognized by someone with a memory that refused to fade. The thread was fragile, almost invisible, until investigators followed it, and it led across state lines to a life that had quietly unfolded elsewhere. Pause. Think of what it does to a family to carry a missing person like an ache inside them for years. To sit with unresolved chapters. To keep a lamp on, to keep a room ready for a return that never comes. It changes how you breathe the ordinary air of days. It alters celebrations, softens jokes, colors every quiet moment with a dull expectancy. This is the human part of an investigation I've described in procedural steps, the living people left behind. They make posters. They keep file folders. They teach neighbors strange rituals. Which bench to leave flowers on, which alley to watch, which hand to hold when grief arrives. What happens next is not a tidy revelation. It is a story of rediscovery, of identity folded and refolded, of a woman who would surface years later with a life that both matched and did not match the life her family had loved. Years later, in a small town far from Tacoma, a woman named Jane lived an ordinary life. She married. She raised children. She paid bills. Her days were, by all appearances, ordinary, and in that ordinariness she found safety. But this safety was also a separating veil. When asked about her childhood, about the particularities of her early life, she often paused. There were places in her memory where light did not reach, gaps that felt like holes punched through the fabric of time. To her neighbors she seemed whole. To clinicians later called in to assess her, she seemed partitioned. The recognition that would change everything did not arrive with fireworks. It arrived as a slow leaning forward of attention. A volunteer who catalogued old missing persons photos noticed a resemblance between a newspaper photo and a woman in a grocery store in Alaska. The resemblance was uncanny, disturbing in its clarity. Investigators were notified. What followed was the quiet, technical work of modern identification. DNA testing, relatively new and increasingly precise, provided a bridge that fingerprints and poor-quality photos could not. A saliva sample compared to archived material from Tacoma yielded a match. Jane and the missing reporter, Jody Roberts, were the same person. When the news reached Jody's family, it arrived as a thunderclap, equal parts relief and fresh complication. They had hoped for the possibility that she might be alive. They had never dared to imagine that she might also have a life that no one in Tacoma knew, children, a marriage, a community in a distant place where she belonged without knowledge of the family that had mourned. Reunion is never as simple as the headlines suggest. It is not a single scene of embrace with a swelling score. It is long, halting work, full of missteps and brave attempts. For Jody, who had lived a decade of life with another name, the encounter with her biological family was disorienting. Faces she knew as strangers pressed into her life. Her mother's voice sounded both familiar and foreign. The children she had raised in another life watched the woman they called mother interact with family members she did not remember, and they felt confused, protective, and sometimes resentful. Clinicians diagnosing her called it a dissociative fugue, a profound, extensive loss of autobiographical memory accompanied by travel away from one's life and the creation of a new identity. Psychologists debated triggers. Was it unbearable stress tied to personal or professional pressures? Was it psychological defense? Or did neurological events, an injury, a seizure, play a role as well? In Jody's case, the data suggested a complex interplay. It was not a tidy diagnosis. The legal landscape complicated matters further. Children who had been raised by Jane needed clarity about their legal status. Custody and parental rights issues required sensitive legal navigation. The law had to respect the bonds formed in a decade while also recognizing the significance of rediscovered biological family ties. Attorneys worked alongside social workers and psychologists, crafting agreements that tended to emotional realities as much as legal structures. Media coverage followed the story like a tide. Human interest pieces painted scenes of reunions and of the bewildering inner life of a woman living between two biographies. Some coverage was respectful. Other coverage pushed too hard, prying sensational questions where healing required patience and respect. Behind all public spectacle, clinicians did private work. Therapists used carefully staged memory prompts, songs, scents, photographs, to see if emotional recognition might precede explicit recall. Sometimes smells triggered a tear, sometimes a melody summoned a smile and nothing more. There were fleeting moments of recognition that collapsed again, leaving everyone with the strange feeling of glimpsing a life behind glass. For the family in Tacoma, there was relief accompanied by sorrow that a woman they had mourned had built another life, one that had not included their presence. Forgiveness and anger intermingled. They grieved the years lost, celebrated the years found, and together tried to create new rituals that accommodated both histories. As the months became years of attempted reintegration, the story expanded beyond the personal. Researchers wrote case analyses. Clinics adjusted protocols for reintegration. Support groups emerged to help families navigate the thorny emotional, legal, and practical issues such reunions create. Jody's rediscovery pushed the field in unexpected directions. It raised questions about identity, how much of who we are is defined by memory. It forced legal systems to confront novel family structures. And it taught the public a harder teaching, that when a person returns, they may not return as we imagine. They return altered, layered, a combination of the person who left and the person who lived while we waited. In the days after public confirmation, the family and the woman who had been both Jane and Jody met often, sometimes formally in therapy, sometimes informally over coffee. They told stories, listened, and learned to avoid the temptation to force memory as if it were a hinge left unturned. They learned instead to build a bridge of present moments, shared meals, repeated histories told patiently, photographs shown over and over with the understanding that repetition was not erasure but reintroduction. The rediscovery did not end the mystery of disappearance. It did not repair all the years. But it changed the story's shape. Where there had been an absence, now there was an opportunity, fragile and imperfect, to connect two lives, two sets of memories, and the people who had loved her across the span of those years. She had vanished. From Tacoma, from her newsroom, from her family. But Jody Roberts did not simply cease to exist. She emerged in Alaska. Her mind emptied of the years behind her, she introduced herself with a name that had no history, Jane D. Harper. The blankness in her memory was absolute. She did not recall being Jody, the journalist. She did not recall the city where she was raised, nor the bylines she had written, nor the people who were searching for her. In Anchorage, she began again. She took work where she could find it, first in temporary jobs, then in steadier roles. She learned, as anyone must, the rhythm of new surroundings. Yet beneath every day's routine there lingered the vast silence of the forgotten. Her colleagues knew her as quiet, self-contained. There was no evidence of the woman she had once been, the driven reporter who probed City Hall and exposed civic corruption. Instead, she was Jane, shy, modest, unremarkable in manner. It was as though memory loss had not only erased her past but reshaped her temperament. She married. She bore children. She became part of a community. But imagine the daily undercurrent, the knowledge that your past is inaccessible, that every question about where you came from is answered only with uncertainty. For Jane, that was the silent companion of her days. Psychologists often describe identity as a narrative, a continuous story that we tell ourselves. Jody's narrative had been cut off. She lived in a sequel without a beginning, her life split between two selves that did not know each other. For over a decade, she lived this way. The former reporter who once typed furious lines on corruption was replaced by a mother preparing school lunches, by a woman shopping in Alaska's supermarkets, by a citizen of another place entirely. In Tacoma, Jody was still missing. Her friends and family long wondered if she had been killed, abducted, or destroyed by despair. For them, there was no trace. For her, there was no memory. Two worlds, existing in parallel, divided by amnesia. That is the haunting truth of her middle years. She was alive, she was living, and yet she was, in a sense, gone. It was only later, when past and present collided, that the story of Jane D. Harper would return to the story of Jody Roberts. But in these years, she belonged fully to her new life, even if she herself did not know what had been lost. This is the paradox of amnesia. To outsiders, a mystery. To the sufferer, an ordinary life lived without the anchor of memory. And so, Jody, as Jane, passed year after year in Alaska. A vanished reporter, alive but absent. In 1997, the two stories converged. A reporter from Tacoma, curious about the cold trail of Jody Roberts, pursued a lead that seemed improbable. And there, in Alaska, living under another name, they found her. It was Jane, the woman who had vanished 12 years before. The discovery was astonishing. Newspapers wrote of the case with fascination, the reporter who disappeared had not been murdered, nor kidnapped, but had instead lived another life entirely, unaware of who she had been. When family members traveled to Alaska, they met her again. Imagine the shock, for them, a reunion. For her, a meeting with strangers who insisted they were kin. Her children stood beside her, bewildered by the flood of cameras and questions. For psychologists, Jody's case was a living experiment in the fragility of memory. Dissociative fugue, some called it. A defense of the mind against overwhelming stress, where identity itself fractures and rewrites. For journalists, it was an ironic twist. The investigator became the mystery. For her community in Alaska, it was unsettling. The quiet woman they had known was suddenly revealed as a missing person, her story headline news. Yet for Jody herself, or Jane, as she still felt, the rediscovery was deeply confusing. She could not simply reclaim the life she had lost. Memory had not returned. The years in Tacoma remained hidden, even as she stood among the people who remembered them. This left her in a strange in-between state. Not fully Jody. Not fully Jane. But a person made of both, divided by the gulf of amnesia. In the years that followed, she sought privacy. She avoided interviews, guarded her children from the public eye, and lived quietly. For all the headlines, she was not a story, she was a person enduring the consequences of memory's collapse. What does her case leave us with? First, the reminder that memory is not merely a record. It is identity itself. Without it, even the closest bonds, family, friends, history, dissolve into the unfamiliar. Second, the lesson that disappearance need not mean death. In Jody's case, disappearance meant reinvention, however unchosen. And third, the recognition that amnesia is not simply absence. It is creation, of new habits, new relationships, new selfhood. Today, Jody Roberts' story is still told in psychology classrooms and memory studies. She represents the possibility that life can fracture, that identity can reset, and that a human being can inhabit two lives without either knowing the other. For her children, she was always Jane. For her family in Tacoma, she was always Jody. For herself, she was caught between. The legacy of her vanished identity is not only mystery. It is a meditation on who we are when memory fails. And so her story endures, not as scandal or spectacle, but as testimony. To live without memory is not only to forget the past. It is to become someone new. December 3, 1926. A cold evening in Berkshire, England. The world's most famous mystery writer, Agatha Christie, kissed her sleeping daughter goodnight. She walked downstairs, leaving the house in the late hours, and drove her Morris Cowley into the night. She would not be seen again for 11 days. The disappearance was no small event. Christie was not only a celebrated novelist, but also a national figure. Her works of crime and deduction had already made her a household name. And now, in an uncanny twist, the woman who created mysteries had become one herself. The facts, as pieced together, were these. At about 9:30 in the evening, Agatha left her home in Sunningdale. She carried with her a small case, perhaps personal effects, perhaps something else. The next morning, her car was found abandoned at Newlands Corner, near Guildford. Inside were a fur coat, an expired driver's license, and scattered papers. The car itself was precariously balanced at the edge of a chalk pit, as though it had rolled to a stop in haste. The scene stirred unease. It did not look like a calculated departure. Nor did it appear a simple accident. It was, in every sense, ambiguous. Her husband, Colonel Archibald Christie, had been with another woman the evening she vanished. Their marriage was under strain. To some, this suggested despair, that Agatha had fled under the weight of betrayal. To others, it suggested something darker. The police began their search. Within 24 hours, the disappearance was front-page news across Britain. A novelist known for weaving intrigue had vanished into her own plot. Crowds gathered near the chalk pit. Volunteers combed the countryside with lanterns. Bloodhounds were brought to trace her scent. A reward was offered. Speculation grew feverish. Had she taken her own life? Had she been abducted? Was it a publicity stunt? Or was it, as some believed, the perfect unsolvable crime? But Agatha was nowhere. For her readers, the irony was inescapable. She had written of vanishing bodies, of crimes concealed by cunning, of trails that seemed to lead nowhere. Now she was the enigma. Her disappearance pressed upon the national imagination like a fog. No one knew where she was. No one knew why she had gone. It was, as one headline declared, the greatest mystery of all. And so the first night passed. Then the second. Then the third. Days became a week. Search parties grew. Rumors multiplied. Agatha Christie had vanished. And the world, stunned, curious, unsettled, waited for the next chapter. The disappearance of Agatha Christie soon became a national obsession. By the second day, hundreds of officers were mobilized. By the third day, thousands of volunteers joined them. Newlands Corner and its surrounding hills were swept by lines of searchers, their lanterns glowing like a constellation spread across the dark countryside. Bloodhounds followed trails that faded into nothing. Airplanes circled overhead, among the first times aircraft were used in a missing person search. Lakes were dragged. Woods were combed. It was one of the largest manhunts Britain had ever seen. Yet there was no trace. Her abandoned car was studied again and again. The fur coat in the back seat seemed strange. Why would a woman leave her coat on a December night? The license, expired. The papers, scattered. Each clue felt like a piece of fiction, but without the author to explain the ending. Speculation erupted in newspapers. Some argued it was suicide, the result of her husband's affair and their impending divorce. Others whispered it was revenge, that she had staged the disappearance to humiliate him. Still others spun theories of foul play. The story crossed the Atlantic. In New York, papers carried daily updates on the missing novelist. Crowds of reporters gathered outside the Christie home, pressing the family for answers. Writers, too, entered the scene. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of Sherlock Holmes, offered his assistance. He took one of Agatha's gloves to a psychic, hoping it would reveal her fate. Dorothy L. Sayers, another detective novelist, joined searches, imagining the clues as though they were lines in a novel. The irony deepened. Two of Britain's greatest detective writers had been drawn into the very real mystery of another. Still, nothing. For 10 days the country speculated. 10 days of front-page stories. 10 days of mounting suspense. And then, on the 11th day, news broke. Agatha Christie had been found. Not in a forest. Not in a lake. Not in some hidden chamber. She had been living quietly in Harrogate, a spa town in Yorkshire, registered under a false name, the surname of her husband's mistress. There, she had checked into the Swan Hydropathic Hotel. She bathed. She dined. She read. She played piano. She appeared entirely calm. When discovered, she did not recognize her own photograph in the newspapers. She insisted she was someone else. Her husband and sister came to retrieve her. And still, she seemed confused, dazed, uncertain. Doctors would later call it a fugue state, a rare psychological condition in which memory collapses under emotional strain, leaving the sufferer adrift in a new, fabricated identity. But for the public, the explanation did not satisfy. The mystery had become too great, the suspense too thick. Had it truly been amnesia? Had it been a deliberate escape? Or had it been something darker, known only to her? Agatha never spoke of it publicly. In her autobiography, she omitted the episode entirely. And so, even in resolution, the disappearance remained unsolved. A novelist had created a mystery in her own life. And unlike her fiction, this one offered no certain solution. When Agatha Christie was discovered in Harrogate, the relief was immediate, but the questions multiplied. Why had she left? Why had she assumed another name, the name of her husband's mistress, no less? And most of all, why did she claim no memory of the events? Doctors called it a fugue state, a rare condition in which a person forgets their own identity and, in its place, creates another. These states are usually triggered by emotional trauma, grief, betrayal, or unbearable stress. And Agatha, in 1926, was burdened with all three. That year, her mother had died, a loss that devastated her. Her husband, Archibald Christie, confessed to an affair with Nancy Neal and asked for a divorce. At the same time, her writing, which had brought her fame and fortune, felt like a cage. The pressure of deadlines, public appearances, and endless expectations weighed on her mind. One can imagine the storm inside her. A woman celebrated for creating puzzles suddenly faced one too great to solve, her own unraveling life. So, one December night, she stepped into her car, drove into the darkness, and let herself vanish. But the details remained strange. At the hotel, she had checked in under the name Teresa Neal. To some, this felt like deliberate cruelty, a direct message to her husband, pointing to the other woman. To others, it was evidence of the unconscious mind, that her fractured memory latched onto the name it could not escape. In the hotel, witnesses described her as composed, even cheerful. She danced. She laughed. She seemed, outwardly, like any other guest. Yet beneath the surface, a void stretched where her own identity should have been. When her husband arrived in Harrogate to collect her, she appeared disoriented. Newspapers recorded the scene vividly, the famous author staring blankly, unable to reconcile herself with the headlines about her disappearance. It is possible, psychiatrists suggest, that Christie was suffering from dissociative amnesia. In moments of extreme emotional pain, the mind can fracture itself as protection, walling off unbearable truths. The sufferer lives on, but without their past, like an actor in someone else's play. And yet, doubts persisted. Some refused to believe it was genuine. How could a mind so sharp, so imaginative, so trained in mystery, simply forget itself? Others argued she staged it to punish her unfaithful husband, only to be overwhelmed by the chaos of the search and unable to confess. Still others whispered darker theories, of secret breakdowns, of suicide attempts disguised, of hidden motives she took to her grave. Agatha herself remained silent. For the rest of her life, she never spoke publicly of those 11 missing days. In her autobiography, spanning nearly 500 pages, there is not a single word about them. The silence is telling. Perhaps she wished to protect her daughter from scandal. Perhaps she wanted to guard her reputation, fearing that readers would think her unstable. Or perhaps, most hauntingly of all, she truly did not remember. The absence of her own account left the story wide open, a vacuum into which speculation poured. Biographers, psychiatrists, journalists, and fans have debated for nearly a century. Was it amnesia? A breakdown? A performance? The truth is, no one knows. The great mystery writer authored hundreds of murders, thousands of clues, and countless ingenious solutions. But in her own life, she left behind a puzzle without an ending. And maybe that was her final, unintentional masterpiece. In the end, Agatha Christie returned to her life, but not unchanged. Her marriage to Archibald Christie collapsed shortly after. Within 2 years, he married Nancy Neal, the woman who had been at the center of the scandal. Agatha, meanwhile, rebuilt her life slowly, eventually marrying archaeologist Max Molaison, with whom she would share decades of happiness. Her career, too, continued with renewed brilliance. Some feared the disappearance would ruin her reputation. Instead, it seemed only to deepen the aura of mystery around her name. When readers opened her novels, they no longer saw only the detective on the page, Hercule Poirot with his careful mustache, Miss Marple with her quiet shrewdness. They also remembered the woman who had herself disappeared, and returned. The irony of her life became inseparable from her work. Every vanished character, every suspicious motive, every identity concealed or revealed seemed charged with a deeper truth. She knew what it meant to vanish, to step outside of time, to live as someone else. Even today, scholars debate how much of her fiction reflects those lost 11 days. In novels written afterward, sudden memory lapses, disappearances, and assumed identities recur with new intensity. Whether consciously or not, the episode seemed to carve its way into her stories. But more than that, it became part of her myth. Agatha Christie is the best-selling novelist in history, second only to the Bible and Shakespeare. And yet, alongside her literary genius, her disappearance remains one of the most famous real-life mysteries of the 20th century. It has been dramatized in films, fictionalized in novels, and studied in biographies. Some see it as a cautionary tale of mental collapse. Others view it as a proto-feminist rebellion, a woman breaking free from betrayal and expectation. Still others take it simply as what it was, a human being overwhelmed, retreating into forgetfulness for survival. But there is one truth no theory can erase: Agatha Christie lived through the greatest mystery she never wrote. Perhaps she did not want to solve it. Perhaps she could not. And so, the case of Agatha Christie's disappearance endures, unfinished, unresolved, a story forever caught between fact and fiction. It remains, as one headline once declared, not just a disappearance but the mystery without an ending. And in that silence, in that unanswered question, her legend only grew stronger. Agatha Christie, the writer who taught the world to love puzzles, left us one puzzle we can never solve. It was August 31, 2004. The sun had barely risen over Richmond Hill, Georgia. Behind a Burger King restaurant, in the sharp shadows of the dumpster, an employee discovered something unexpected. A man. Unconscious. Naked. His body covered in fire ant bites. His skin burned by the sun. His head scarred by blunt force trauma. He was alive, but only barely. Paramedics rushed him to the hospital. Doctors treated his injuries, stabilized him, and saved his life. But when he awoke, a new mystery began. Because the man who opened his eyes that morning did not know who he was. No memory. No identity. No past. When asked his name, he hesitated, stumbled, and eventually settled on Benjamin Kyle. The initials, BK, borrowed from the Burger King where he was found. But beyond that, nothing. He could not recall his family. He could not recall his hometown. He could not recall a single face from his past. He was, quite literally, a man without a past. The case immediately puzzled authorities. The FBI, state police, and local detectives all became involved. They searched databases, fingerprints, criminal records, even military archives. Nothing. Benjamin Kyle's fingerprints were not on file anywhere in the United States. For years, he lived in limbo. Unable to prove his identity, he could not apply for a social security card. Without one, he could not work legally, rent an apartment, or even get proper medical treatment. He was trapped in a bureaucratic no-man's land, alive, but officially non-existent. Journalists began writing about him. Talk shows invited him to share his story. Audiences watched in shock as this gentle, middle-aged man sat on screen and admitted, "I don't know who I am." Some sympathized deeply, calling him a victim of tragic fate. Others, more skeptical, asked hard questions. Was he lying? Running from a crime? Hiding from his own past? But when polygraphs were conducted, he passed. When neurological exams were performed, they confirmed trauma-induced amnesia. This was no hoax. Benjamin Kyle was real. His suffering was real. And his mystery, his missing past, became one of the most haunting unsolved human puzzles of the 21st century. For years, he drifted through temporary shelters and the generosity of strangers. Volunteers set up websites, trying to crowdsource his identity. Private investigators took on the case, but every lead collapsed. And so, Benjamin Kyle remained, a ghost in his own life. A man without a past. A man without a name. But the story was far from over. For most people, memory is invisible. We do not notice it until it falters. But for Benjamin Kyle, every waking moment was defined by its absence. Imagine living without a birthday. Without a hometown. Without the sound of your mother's voice, or the name of your first friend, or the smell of your childhood kitchen. That was Benjamin's reality. As the days turned into months, and the months into years, he remained trapped in a shadow life. The state could not issue him identification without proof of who he was. Employers could not hire him. Banks could not open accounts. Even libraries, in some cases, demanded proof of identity. He lived at the edge of society, always present, yet officially invisible. Journalists revisited his story, keeping his plight in the public eye. CNN aired a segment. Reddit hosted discussions. People speculated endlessly, was he a victim of a crime? An undocumented immigrant? A runaway fugitive? Each theory raised eyebrows, but none explained the facts. Doctors had confirmed head trauma. Psychologists noted signs of dissociative amnesia, a condition where the mind buries memories too painful to face. But what pain had Benjamin endured? What trauma was so great it erased his entire identity? Benjamin himself described his condition with haunting simplicity. "I am here," he would say. "But I do not know from where." Every time he looked in the mirror, he saw a stranger. His aging face carried no recognition, no anchor to his own past. And yet, fragments would sometimes surface. A memory of a movie theater layout. A vague sense of being from Indianapolis. Recognition of historical details that hinted at his age, somewhere in his late 50s. But no faces. No names. No home. By 2010, 6 years after his discovery, he was still stateless. That year, a filmmaker created a short documentary about him titled Finding Benjamin. The film brought his story to a wider audience, but still, no solution. It was as though his past had been erased with surgical precision. People began to ask, was he the first man in modern America to truly disappear without dying? The mystery captivated the internet. Amateur sleuths scoured missing persons databases, looking for men who resembled him. They proposed matches, compared photos, and debated theories. None fit. Meanwhile, Benjamin's health worsened. He struggled with cataracts that left him nearly blind. Without identification, he could not receive proper surgery. He drifted from shelters to spare rooms offered by sympathetic strangers. Always waiting. Always searching. Always lost. It was during this period that genealogists, armed with emerging DNA technology, entered the picture. If fingerprints could not reveal his past, perhaps his blood could. What they discovered in the years that followed would finally crack open the mystery. But in the long, lonely decade between his discovery and his rediscovery, Benjamin Kyle lived not as a man, but as a question. Who am I? Where do I belong? What is my name? And for far too long, no one had an answer. For years, Benjamin Kyle lived in the shadow of an unsolved mystery. Every interview ended with the same haunting question, who am I? Every doctor's visit ended with the same frustration, we can't treat you without ID. Every door in society closed before him, locked by the fact that he could not prove his own existence. But in the early 2010s, a new scientific tool was quietly reshaping the way people were found. DNA. At first, Benjamin's DNA was run through criminal databases. Nothing. No hits, no matches. He was not a fugitive. He was not a missing prisoner. He was no one that the state recognized. But then came the rise of genetic genealogy. Companies like Ancestry DNA and 23andMe were changing the way ordinary people learned about their families. Millions were spitting into test tubes, sending samples to labs, and discovering long-lost relatives. For Benjamin Kyle, this technology would be the turning point. In 2011, a team of volunteer genealogists took his DNA results and began the slow, painstaking work of triangulating his ancestry. Piece by piece, they compared his DNA with strangers across the country. Every shared segment of DNA was a clue. Every cousin match, however distant, was a breadcrumb on the trail back to his past. It was a monumental challenge. Without a name, without an age, without even a confirmed birthplace, Benjamin's DNA had to be untangled from millions of possibilities. Genealogists traced family trees, cross-referenced records, and built vast webs of connections. Slowly, patterns emerged. His DNA pointed to the Midwest. Indiana. Some fragments suggested he was born in the late 1940s. Others hinted at Irish and German ancestry. The process was grueling, but every clue tightened the net. Benjamin Kyle was no longer a ghost in the system. He was a man with genetic relatives. He was tied, invisibly but undeniably, to real families, real histories. And then, the breakthrough came. In 2015, after nearly a decade of searching, researchers announced they had finally uncovered Benjamin Kyle's true identity. His real name was William Burgess Powell. Born in Indiana in 1948. A man who had vanished from the world decades earlier, leaving his family puzzled and heartbroken. For the first time in 11 years, the question that haunted him had an answer. He was not a fabrication. He was not a mystery. He was William Powell. But the revelation raised new questions. Why had he lost his memory? What had driven him to vanish from his family all those years before? And would reclaiming his identity bring peace, or only more pain? For 11 years, he had lived as Benjamin Kyle, the man without a past. Now, at last, he had a name. William Burgess Powell. The discovery was monumental. News outlets across the world reported it, Burger King mystery man identified after 11 years. Strangers who had followed his story for over a decade celebrated the breakthrough. Online communities that once debated his fate now rejoiced at his rediscovery. And yet, for William himself, the return of identity was both healing and overwhelming. Because memory did not come rushing back. The name was correct. The DNA proved it. The genealogy confirmed it. But inside his own mind, the years before 2004 remained dark, unreachable. He could not recall his childhood. He could not recall his parents' faces. He could not recall the choices that had led him away from his family decades earlier. He knew, intellectually, that he was William Powell. But emotionally, he was still Benjamin Kyle. The man who had awoken nameless behind a Burger King. Reconnecting with his past was not simple. His family, though relieved to have answers, had long since built their own lives. The man who returned to them was not the brother or cousin they remembered. He was a stranger who shared their DNA but not their memories. And yet, small fragments began to surface. Flashes of recognition. A vague sense of places, smells, textures. The slow rebuilding of a shattered identity. For William, the gift of a name was more than just paperwork. It meant the ability to apply for a social security card. To work legally. To rent an apartment. To see a doctor without being turned away. For the first time in over a decade, he was no longer invisible. He was a citizen again. He was human again. The story of Benjamin Kyle is more than just a tale of amnesia. It is a story about the fragility of identity. About how much of our lives depend on a thin thread of memory. And about how science, In this case, DNA technology can stitch that thread back together when everything else fails. Today, William Powell lives quietly. He avoids the spotlight. His health remains fragile, but his existence is no longer a riddle. He has, at last, a place in the world. And though his mind may never return the memories he lost, he no longer has to ask the most haunting question of all. Who am I? Because now, he knows. Naomi Jacobs went to bed in the spring of 2008 as a 32-year-old woman. She had a son. She had responsibilities. She had the weight of adulthood resting on her shoulders. But when she opened her eyes the next morning, the world was wrong. The ceiling above her was unfamiliar. Her reflection in the mirror showed wrinkles she didn't recognize. And when she reached for her phone, her heart froze. Because she had no idea what it was. In her mind, Naomi was not 32 years old. She was 15. A schoolgirl living in 1992. The 21st century, with its cell phones, its internet, its responsibilities, meant nothing to her. She did not know about 9/11. She did not remember the birth of her son. She did not recall years of friendships, heartbreaks, struggles, and triumphs. She had woken up in her 30s, with a brain frozen in her teens. Doctors would later call it a rare case of dissociative amnesia. An involuntary loss of autobiographical memory, often triggered by stress or trauma. But for Naomi, labels meant little. What mattered was the shocking reality: she had been ripped out of her own life. Imagine the terror. One day, you are 15. The next, you are staring at the body of a woman in her 30s. A stranger's face looks back at you in the mirror. And everyone around you insists you are someone you cannot remember becoming. Her first thoughts were panic. Where was her mother? Where were her classmates? Why was she in a house she didn't know, filled with objects she didn't understand? And then, a boy appeared. A child, calling her, Mom. Her son. But she had no memory of giving birth, no recollection of raising him. To her, he was not her child. He was a stranger, and yet, he looked at her with trust. The contrast broke her heart. Naomi did what many of us might do: she screamed. She cried. She begged doctors for answers. But memory is not a file you can reload. It is a delicate, shifting system of networks, and when those networks fracture, they cannot always be restored. Doctors explained that she had likely suffered a psychological shutdown, her brain choosing to protect itself by wiping years of overwhelming experience. Trauma, stress, or unprocessed pain may have been the trigger. And so Naomi Jacobs was forced to live forward, from 1992. She had to relearn her own adulthood. She had to trust strangers who called themselves her friends. She had to build a relationship with a son she did not remember raising. Her diary from those days captures the surreal terror she felt. I fell asleep in 1992, and woke up in 2008. And for Naomi, the hardest part was knowing that she could never go back. Her memories of her teenage years were vivid. The smell of her school uniform. The nervous excitement of exams. The laughter of her friends. But everything after that? Gone. It was as though someone had stolen 13 years of her life. Naomi's life after that morning became a daily confrontation with absence. Every corner of her home carried mysteries. The bookshelves filled with novels she did not remember reading. The clothes in her wardrobe that belonged to a woman she could not recognize. The phone numbers stored in devices she did not know how to use. And always, her son. The boy who called her, Mom. She loved him instinctively, even without memory. But love alone could not erase the guilt she felt for not remembering his childhood. Every time he reached for her hand, she winced at the thought, I should know him better than anyone, but I don't. Doctors urged her to be patient. Memory, they explained, might return in fragments. But weeks turned into months, and the 13 missing years remained a blank wall. For Naomi, every conversation became an education. Friends reminded her of holidays, weddings, breakups, and she would nod politely, ashamed of the void in her mind. Employers expected her to perform jobs she no longer remembered learning. Even basic technology baffled her. To someone whose last memories were from the early 1990s, smartphones, Wi-Fi, and social media felt like science fiction. She described it later as living in a stolen timeline. The world had raced ahead, and she had been left behind. But there was another layer to her amnesia. Dissociative amnesia is often a defense mechanism, triggered when the mind cannot process overwhelming experiences. For Naomi, this raised a painful question: what had been so traumatic in those 13 years that her brain chose to erase them completely? The answer came slowly, through therapy and reflection. Naomi realized she had faced years of hardship, stress, and difficult relationships. Her brain had not randomly wiped her memory, it had chosen to shield her from pain she could not carry. That realization reframed her story. Instead of being merely a victim of memory loss, she began to see herself as someone whose mind had fought to protect her. Still, living with the condition was brutally hard. Every day, she woke up expecting to hear her mother downstairs, only to be confronted by bills, responsibilities, and a child she had to relearn to love and practice. She leaned on her diary to navigate the gaps. She began documenting her days in meticulous detail, building a written record of her rediscovered life. Each page became a lifeline, proof that even if memory failed, she could still create a history for herself. Over time, Naomi and her son developed a new bond. She admitted the truth to him, that she could not remember raising him, but that she would learn. Their relationship became a collaboration in rediscovery, a journey where he helped her re-enter the world she had forgotten. Her case fascinated psychologists, neurologists, and ordinary people alike. It was not the classic kind of amnesia people expected from movies, where a blow to the head erases memory instantly. It was subtler, stranger, and deeply human, proof that memory is as fragile as glass, and that the mind sometimes chooses forgetting as a form of survival. Naomi later wrote a memoir, Forgotten Girl, to share her experience. In its pages, she described not only the shock of waking up in 2008 with the mind of a teenager, but also the resilience it took to rebuild a life when the past had been taken away. Her story remains one of the rarest, most vivid modern cases of dissociative amnesia. A reminder that memory is not guaranteed. That time is not always linear. And that sometimes, the mind itself decides to protect us by erasing what we cannot endure. For Naomi Jacobs, life after the awakening was not about regaining memory, it was about surviving without it. Imagine standing in the middle of a puzzle with thousands of pieces, but you've lost the picture on the box. You have no idea what the final image is supposed to look like, and worse, some pieces are missing entirely. That was Naomi's reality. She began piecing together her identity through the eyes of others. Friends became historians, recounting stories of her adulthood as though she were an outsider looking in. "Remember when we went on that trip?" someone would ask. Naomi would force a smile and say, "Tell me about it." She listened, collected, and wrote everything down. Each anecdote became a substitute for memory. But here's the haunting truth: listening to a story is not the same as remembering it. When a friend described a wedding, Naomi could understand the event, the music, the dresses, the vows. But she could not feel it. She could not recall the emotions of being there. It was like reading about someone else's life. This distinction left Naomi trapped in an identity crisis. Who was she, really? The 15-year-old girl she remembered being in 1992? Or the 32-year-old woman her body had become? To bridge the gap, she turned inward. Her therapy sessions became lifelines, pulling her deeper into self-exploration. With each session, her therapist guided her into the shadows of her unconscious, probing the possibility of trauma that had forced her brain into such extreme defense. The fragments that surfaced were dark. Naomi began recalling flashes of difficult years, relationships that had drained her, responsibilities that had crushed her, anxieties that had spiraled. It became clearer that her mind had not betrayed her. It had protected her. And yet, protection came at a price. Her son, Morgan, needed a mother who remembered his childhood. She could not give him that. She could only build a new relationship from scratch. In moments of vulnerability, Naomi admitted her guilt to him. She would kneel, hold his small face in her hands, and whisper, "I don't remember, but I love you now. And I will love you every day forward." For Morgan, it was enough. Children are resilient in ways adults struggle to understand. He accepted the mother standing in front of him, even if she did not remember the lullabies she once sang to him. Still, Naomi could not escape the weight of absence. Each year she had forgotten was a scar she could not erase. Her diary became not only a record but a replacement brain. Every morning, she would read back the previous day's entry to remind herself of what had happened. Over time, the diary grew into a sprawling archive, not of memories, but of evidence, proof that she existed, that her life had meaning, even if she could not feel the past. She described this process later in her memoir, saying, "I became my own biographer. My diary was my memory." This practice reshaped her identity. She realized that perhaps she did not need to remember the past in order to live fully in the present. Perhaps identity was not fixed by what we recall, but by what we choose to create. Her case raised profound questions for scientists as well. If the brain can selectively erase years of memory, what does that say about the fragility of the self? Are we defined by what we remember, or by what we do today? Naomi's story is not simply one of loss. It is also one of rebuilding. Piece by piece, conversation by conversation, page by page of her diary, she forged a new version of herself. One that carried the innocence of a 15-year-old and the resilience of a woman in her 30s. But the shadow never left. Behind every laugh, behind every moment of joy, lay the unshakable awareness, there are 13 years of me, that I will never know. And that absence, that silence, may be the most haunting memory of all. Naomi Jacobs did not fade into obscurity. She chose to share her story with the world, not for sympathy, but for understanding. In 2012, she published her memoir, Forgotten Girl. Within its pages, she laid bare her extraordinary journey, from the morning she woke in 2008 thinking she was 15, to the years of painstaking adjustment that followed. The book was raw, vulnerable, and deeply human. Readers around the world were captivated, not because of the medical anomaly, but because of the emotional truth. Naomi's story resonated with anyone who had ever felt disconnected from themselves, who had ever wanted to leave behind pain, who had ever wondered, what if I could start over? Her life became a case study in the fragility of memory. Scientists examined her condition, while ordinary people found hope in her resilience. She became living proof that even if memory defines us, its absence does not destroy us. But Naomi's legacy is not just scientific. It is deeply philosophical. Her experience forces us to confront uncomfortable questions. If you lost all memory of the past 13 years, would you still be you? Are you the sum of your memories, or are you defined by your choices today? And if the mind can erase trauma to protect itself, is forgetting a weakness, or a hidden form of strength? For Naomi, the answer lies somewhere in between. She did not regain the lost years. She never recalled the births, the friendships, the struggles of her 20s. That time remains gone. But she learned that memory is not the only path to identity. Love, resilience, and presence in the now are equally powerful. She learned to mother her son without recalling his baby years. She learned to navigate adulthood without the training wheels of her 20s. She learned to accept that forgetting, while devastating, can also be liberating. Today, Naomi lives with fragments, bits of the past that surface in dreams or in sudden flashes. But she does not cling to them. She has made peace with the fact that her life is partly a mystery. Her story reminds us that memory is not guaranteed. Every day we wake up able to recall our names, our loved ones, our histories. It is a gift. A fragile, delicate gift that can vanish without warning. And it reminds us, too, that even if memory slips away, humanity remains. Love remains. The ability to live, to create, to write, to hold someone's hand, those things are not erased by amnesia. Naomi Jacobs woke up one morning and found 13 years gone. But she also discovered something extraordinary, that even in the absence of memory, life can still be lived fully. Perhaps that is the true legacy of forgetting. It was a rainy evening in Slovenia. The kind of night where headlights blurred against wet glass. And tires whispered across slick pavement. Bojan Blazic was driving home. He was 32 years old, a father, a husband, a man living what most would call an ordinary life. But memory, language, and identity were about to be rewritten in a way few people could ever imagine. The crash was sudden. A screech of brakes. A collision of steel. And then, darkness. When Bo awoke in the hospital. He was alive, but something inside him had shifted. Doctors expected the usual symptoms after head trauma, confusion, headaches, perhaps some loss of short-term memory. What they found instead was extraordinary. Bojan looked around the room. He recognized faces, though faintly. He knew who his wife was, his children, his parents. But when he opened his mouth to speak, his words betrayed him. Out came not the soft tones of Slovenian, his mother tongue, but German. Clear, fluid German. At first, his family thought it was a joke. Perhaps the shock of the accident had scrambled his thoughts. And he was simply reaching for words from school lessons long forgotten. But it wasn't a joke. Bojan couldn't find his Slovenian words at all. The doctors were astonished. Tests showed he had not lost intelligence. His brain was functioning. His memory, except for his native language, remained intact. But the neural pathways for Slovenian seemed blocked, silenced. As if locked behind an invisible wall. In its place, German surged forward. He had learned it in childhood during school years. A language buried deep. Never used beyond classrooms. Never spoken at home. And yet here it was, his only voice. This was not aphasia. This was not the usual struggle of finding words. This was foreign language syndrome. A condition so rare that only a handful of cases exist in documented history. Imagine waking up tomorrow. And your family speaks to you, but you can't reply. Your mind understands. But the words, the rhythm, the tone, are gone. You reach instead for a second language. One you never thought would define you. For Bojan, every sentence became alien to those closest to him. His children cried, not understanding their father's sudden change. His wife felt like she was living with a stranger. Neighbors whispered. And Bojan felt the weight of being trapped inside himself. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, one fact became clear. The man who had been born Slovenian would now live in German. This was the accident that changed everything. Bojan's life was now split between two worlds. The Slovenian world he was born into, and the German world that had suddenly claimed him. At first, it was chaos. His children tugged at his sleeve, speaking in Slovenian. He understood, but when he tried to answer, he could only reply in German. They wept, asking, "Why won't Daddy talk to us?" His wife, desperate, tried to learn German as quickly as possible. The household became a classroom. Labels on furniture. Phrases written on sticky notes. Conversations halting, fragmented. Half in one language, half in another. Doctors called him a medical marvel. Reporters came. The story spread across Europe. How could a man forget his own language? Yet resurrect another buried for decades? Scientists suggested that the accident had disrupted his brain's language centers. The left temporal lobe, the region that stores vocabulary and syntax, had suffered damage. But instead of total silence, his brain rerouted communication through the dormant pathways of German. It was as if a locked door had been slammed shut. But another, long forgotten, creaked open. In interviews, Bojan admitted something profound. He felt like a foreigner in his own country. Slovenia sounded familiar. But he could no longer participate. German was not just his voice. It was his new identity. Imagine the strangeness of ordering food in a cafe. And the waiter staring, puzzled. As you speak a tongue almost no one around you understands. Bojan began to withdraw. He avoided social gatherings. Old friends faded. Isolation grew. Yet there was also resilience. He enrolled in German-language communities online. He read German newspapers. He watched German films. Slowly, he rebuilt himself as a German-speaking man, living in a Slovenian world. This raised difficult questions about identity. Was Bojan still Slovenian if he could no longer speak Slovenian? Was identity tied to birthplace, or to language? Linguists debated. Psychologists probed. But for Bojan, the truth was personal. He was a man who had been forced to start again. Not in a new country, but in a new voice. And yet, a small hope remained. Doctors experimented with therapy, trying to reignite his Slovenian tongue. Flashcards, immersion exercises, music therapy. Nothing seemed to work. The German words were too strong, too immediate, too natural. And Slovenian remained locked away. For his family, the loss was like mourning. They hadn't lost Bojan, but they had lost the sound of him. Still, love found ways. His wife's German improved. His children grew bilingual. And the household adjusted, proving that even when memory and language fracture, the bonds of family can still hold. This was not just a medical case. It was a human story. A story of adaptation, resilience, and the strange, fragile ways the brain defines who we are. Bojan never regained his Slovenian voice. But he learned to live with the one that had been given back to him. Not a curse, perhaps, but a second chance. Bojan never regained his Slovenian voice. But he learned to live with the one that had been given back to him. Not a curse, perhaps, but a second chance. Benjamin Kyle's story was not only about memory loss. It was about the human need for identity. The longing to be seen. The desperate hope of belonging. When he was discovered behind that Burger King in Richmond Hill, Georgia, in 2004. He had no wallet. No documents. No identification at all. Doctors gave him a name, simply BK, for Burger King. Later, that name shifted into Benjamin Kyle. But the truth was clear, he did not know who he was. And no one else seemed to know either. Imagine living like that. Day after day, waking up with no anchor to the past. No photographs. No childhood stories. No memories of your family, of friends, of work. Every conversation began with absence. Every introduction was shadowed by the words, "I don't remember." Benjamin was not only nameless. He was also stateless. Because without identification, there was no way to work legally. No way to open a bank account. No way to rent a home, or even prove his right to exist in the country he clearly belonged to. The bureaucracy of the modern world has one demand: show us your papers. And Benjamin had none. He began drifting. He was placed temporarily in shelters. Volunteers helped him when they could. But the years went by. 2 years. 5 years. A decade. Still no answers. Still no records. The man lived in a permanent limbo, his body in the present but his identity trapped in silence. Benjamin himself was quiet, gentle, and unfailingly polite. He did not dramatize his condition. He spoke in calm tones, explaining simply that he had no past. He did not know why. Doctors speculated about retrograde amnesia. Others suggested dissociative states, or trauma too deep to surface. But no medical test could unlock the truth. What did it feel like to walk through the world without a name? Benjamin once explained in an interview. It's like being a ghost. People see you. But you have no reflection. You're not part of their world. The strangest part was this: Benjamin was clearly intelligent. He could hold conversations. He remembered how to use language. He recognized cultural references, music, television, everyday details. He had procedural memory, the skills of living. What he lacked was autobiographical memory. The personal thread that ties each of us to the story of ourselves. This raised difficult questions. Was his condition neurological, the result of a brain injury or stroke? Was it psychological, a protective shield built against unbearable trauma? Or was it something else entirely, a condition that science could not yet define? While experts debated, Benjamin continued his search. He contacted missing persons databases. He spoke with journalists. He appealed online, hoping someone might recognize him. Year after year, nothing came back. Not a single person claimed to know him. It was as if he had been erased from the map of human memory. And yet, there were clues. He recalled fragments, the feel of Indiana heat, vague images of Colorado landscapes. The memory of a television station logo. A handful of half-formed flashes. But they never led to confirmation. Online communities rallied around him. Strangers on the internet shared his case. Documentary filmmakers reached out. Amateur genealogists tried to connect his face to old photographs. But the silence persisted. Benjamin Kyle became not just a man without a name, but a symbol. He represented all who felt invisible, forgotten, overlooked by the systems of modern society. His story was broadcast across the world, drawing compassion, curiosity, and sorrow. Because beneath the strangeness was a simple truth: everyone deserves to belong. Everyone deserves to know who they are. And yet, for Benjamin, the years of searching seemed endless. The hope for recognition dimmed with time. But still, he waited. Still, he believed that somewhere out there, a missing piece of his story existed. Waiting to be found. For more than a decade, Benjamin Kyle's story remained a riddle. A man without a past. A face without a name. A life suspended in mystery. But the modern world has tools older generations could never dream of. Among them, the power of genetic genealogy. The science of tracing identity not through documents, but through the hidden code of DNA. In 2015, after years of uncertainty, researchers took Benjamin's DNA and began to analyze it. At first, the process seemed impossible. Without family names, without relatives, where could they begin? But the internet had created massive databases of genetic material. Thousands, then millions of people had sent samples to commercial ancestry companies. Each one, unknowingly, contributing to a map of human kinship. Benjamin's DNA was compared. Slowly, patiently, the researchers mapped possible relatives. Cousins, distant connections, tiny fragments of shared lineage. The puzzle pieces began to align. And then, after 11 long years, a breakthrough. For the first time, Benjamin had a real lead. His DNA traced him back to a family in Indiana. His real name was discovered. He was not a ghost. He was not erased. He had always been there, hidden in the silence of forgotten records. The revelation stunned those who had followed his case. A man once lost had been found, not through memory, not through witnesses, but through science. The past that his mind had locked away was reopened by the strands of his genetic code. Benjamin learned his real name, though he chose not to reveal it publicly. He reconnected, cautiously, with parts of his family. And yet, even with his identity restored, the mystery was not fully solved. Why had he lost his memory in the first place? Why had more than a decade passed without recognition? The answers remained elusive. Benjamin's story reminds us of a deeper truth: identity is fragile. It is something we assume will always be there. But memory can fracture. Records can be lost. A name, that simplest marker of self, can vanish. What saved him was not memory, but connection. The web of human relationships encoded in DNA. The science of belonging. And the persistence of strangers who refused to let him remain invisible. Benjamin's life shifted after the discovery. He was able, finally, to step forward with dignity. To live not as a question, but as a person. To re-enter society with proof of who he was. But in a way, his story will always carry the shadows. He lived for years as the man with no name. He carried the weight of absence. And even with his identity restored, the years of wandering cannot be erased. The world remembers Benjamin Kyle not only because of what was lost, but because of what was found. His case was a testament to the endurance of hope, the compassion of strangers, and the astonishing power of modern science. From a forgotten man behind a Burger King, to a symbol of resilience and rediscovery, his journey continues to echo. Not as a riddle, but as a reminder. That even in silence, identity matters. And that somewhere, somehow, we are all connected. In the late 1970s, Ohio State University's campus, the news of fear spread like ripples on still water. A series of violent crimes shook the community. 3 women, assaulted in ways that seemed cold, calculated, and strangely inconsistent. At first, police believed they were hunting a predator who had mastered disguise. Someone who changed his mannerisms, his tone, even his voice. But the truth would prove to be something far stranger. And far darker. The investigation eventually pointed toward a man named William Stanley Milligan. To most, he was simply Billy. Born in 1955, raised in a troubled household, and already known to law enforcement for smaller offenses. But what the officers found after his arrest would become one of the most controversial cases in American legal and psychiatric history. When Billy was taken into custody, something unsettled investigators immediately. During questioning, he shifted suddenly. One moment timid, withdrawn. The next, confident and aggressive. A man with a foreign accent, speaking in tones and phrases that didn't match his background at all. Detectives initially suspected manipulation. Perhaps he was pretending. Perhaps this was a man cunning enough to create a mask for every situation. But as hours turned into days, the inconsistencies grew sharper. Billy claimed to have no memory of certain events. When asked about the crimes, he looked bewildered. He insisted he had no idea what the detectives were talking about. But then, as if a curtain dropped, another side of him spoke. This version of Billy claimed knowledge. Claimed involvement. But even then, it was not Billy who spoke. It was Reagan. Reagan described himself as a protector. A personality within Billy who handled aggression, strength, and violence. His voice carried a thick Slavic accent, foreign and deliberate. He admitted to robberies. He admitted to actions Billy himself denied. Then came Adalana. A soft-spoken female voice. Shy, withdrawn. She confessed to desires and actions that Billy claimed no knowledge of. She explained that she had been responsible for some of the assaults. Her reasoning was chilling in its vulnerability, she only wanted to be loved. At first, the detectives didn't know what to believe. Was this elaborate role-playing? A desperate man trying to avoid punishment? Or something more? Psychiatrists were called. And soon, the phrase, multiple personality disorder, today called dissociative identity disorder, entered the courtroom of public opinion. This was no longer simply about crime. It was about the fragility of memory, the boundaries of the human mind, and the possibility that one body might host many selves. As the story of Billy Milligan spread, the world divided. Some saw him as a manipulator, a criminal pretending to be fractured. Others saw him as a victim, a man whose mind had shattered into pieces as a result of severe childhood trauma. But one fact remained undeniable. Billy himself often had no memory of what his other personalities had done. Entire days vanished from his awareness. He would wake in strange places, with evidence around him of actions he had never chosen. For Billy, memory was not a linear path, but a broken mirror. And so, his arrest did not mark the end of the mystery. It marked the beginning of one of the most extraordinary legal battles of the 20th century. The courtroom became the stage. And Billy Milligan was its reluctant actor. From the moment the trial began, whispers filled the air. Not about evidence. Not about witnesses. But about identity. Who exactly was sitting in the defendant's chair? Was it Billy? Or Reagan? Or Arthur? Or Adalana? Or one of the many others said to live within him? Psychiatrists called to examine Billy began their testimonies with hesitation. They described encountering something they could not easily define. When Billy sat before them, his posture would shift. His tone, his vocabulary, even his body language would change as though entirely different people had entered the room. One psychiatrist described meeting a well-educated, articulate Englishman named Arthur. Arthur spoke with precision, discussing philosophy, rules, and order. He insisted he was one of the keepers. One of the personalities charged with maintaining structure inside Billy's mind. Another doctor described meeting Reagan. Strong, dominant, claiming to be Yugoslavian, with a heavy accent. Reagan said his role was to protect the body. To handle violence. To absorb pain. Then there was Adalana. Quiet. Gentle. A female voice inside a male body. She confessed to feelings of loneliness and longing. She admitted, without hesitation, that she was responsible for certain crimes. Crimes Billy, Arthur, and even Reagan denied. The diagnosis was clear to these doctors. This was not an act. This was a mind fractured by trauma. They concluded that Billy Milligan suffered from multiple personality disorder, and as such, he was not fully responsible for the crimes. Because when one personality committed them, the others were absent. Billy himself often vanished into unconsciousness while his alters acted. The legal question became unprecedented. If a crime is committed by one identity, but not by the core self, can the person be held accountable? The prosecution argued yes. The body was the same. The actions were real. The victims had suffered. To allow this defense would be to open the door for endless pretenders. But the defense argued something different. Billy was not pretending. He was suffering. His mind had been torn apart by years of abuse at the hands of his father. The personalities were not masks. They were survival mechanisms. Fragments created to endure unbearable pain. The jury listened. The nation watched. And Billy Milligan became the first person in U.S. history to be found not guilty by reason of insanity on the grounds of multiple personality disorder. The decision outraged some. For victims, it felt like justice had been stolen. For skeptics, it seemed like a clever manipulation. But for psychiatrists, it marked a turning point in the recognition of dissociative disorders. Billy was not sent to prison. Instead, he was committed to psychiatric hospitals. There, doctors attempted to bring unity to his divided mind. But as they worked, new personalities continued to surface. By some counts, there were as many as 24. Each with their own voice, their own memories, their own roles to play in the fractured theater of Billy's consciousness. And through it all, Billy himself, the core self, remained elusive. Buried deep beneath the voices. Lost in the fog of forgotten time. The courtroom may have decided his legal fate. But his mental fate was far from resolved. The human mind is a universe. A place of galaxies, hidden constellations, and infinite corners of memory. For Billy Milligan, that universe was not singular. It was fragmented, a constellation shattered into many stars. Inside him lived a council of voices. Doctors called them alters. But to Billy, they were family. Guardians. Opponents. Children. And warriors. Each alter carried its own traits, its own worldview, and its own skills. Together, they formed a society within a single body. And understanding this society is key to understanding the man of many minds. There was Arthur, the intellectual. Calm, rational, British in tone. He spoke of science, medicine, and rules. Arthur often acted as the gatekeeper, deciding which personality could come forward. In the chaos of Billy's mind, Arthur was order. Then Regan Vadiskovich, the protector. A figure of immense strength, his accent thick, his presence intimidating. Regan claimed to be from Yugoslavia. He handled violence, he absorbed pain, and he stood as a wall whenever the body was threatened. In court, Regan admitted to crimes of robbery. But he denied the assaults, saying those were not his doing. Then came Adalana. Soft. Shy. A lonely young woman trapped in a male body. She wrote poetry, she longed for affection. She confessed to acts of intimacy, actions that Billy himself could not recall. Her presence complicated the case, for she blurred the line between victim and perpetrator. There were others. So many others. David, a young boy who absorbed the pain of trauma, holding memories Billy himself could not bear. Christine, a child who struggled with dyslexia, often confused and lost. Sean, another child, unable to speak properly, his voice stuttering, hesitant. Alan, the manipulator, charming and cunning, able to talk to strangers and negotiate in ways others could not. And the list did not end there. Doctors eventually documented 24 personalities living inside Billy. Some were protectors. Some were children. Some were fragments of pain. Each one a piece of the puzzle. Each one a memory broken off from the whole. When one alter came forward, Billy himself faded. The core personality, the true Billy, often had no idea what was happening. Days, weeks, sometimes months disappeared from his awareness. He would awaken in strange places, surrounded by consequences he could not explain. Imagine losing time. Imagine discovering that someone else, someone inside you, had lived your life while you were gone. That was Billy's reality. A man whose life was stolen, hour by hour, by the many minds within him. Doctors theorized that these alters were not random. They were created as a response to childhood trauma. His abusive stepfather, Chalmer Milligan, inflicted cruelty so severe that young Billy's mind split apart to survive. When the pain was too much, a new personality emerged to carry it. When anger boiled too hot, another alter appeared to channel it. When love and tenderness were needed, yet unsafe, another alter was born to feel it. In this way, Billy's mind became a fortress with many rooms. Each alter was a guard at a different gate. And Billy himself, the original child, retreated deeper into hiding. Psychiatrists who worked with him described the experience as eerie. One moment they were speaking with a gentle Englishman. The next, a hostile Slavic protector. Then, suddenly, the stammering voice of a small boy. Each switch was rapid. Total. And each voice denied knowledge of the other's actions. It was like interviewing a family trapped inside a single body. For the public, the story bordered on the supernatural. How could one man contain so many identities? But for experts, Billy Milligan was not a ghost story. He was proof of how trauma can fracture the mind, creating not illusion, but survival. Inside Billy, every alter had a role, a function, a reason for being. Together, they formed what doctors called the spot, the mental control room where one personality could step forward while the others receded. But there was something even stranger. A hidden 24th personality. The doctors called it the teacher. Unlike the others, the teacher seemed to hold the knowledge of them all. He was calm, wise, and fully aware of the fragments within. Some believed he was the closest thing to a healed Billy. The final piece that could, perhaps, one day bring unity. But that day never fully came. Billy Milligan lived his life fractured. A man whose memory was not a single line, but a collection of broken chapters. Inside his fractured mind, reality was fluid. Time was unreliable. And identity was forever unstable. Billy Milligan's story did not end in the courtroom. Nor did it end in the hospital walls where he was confined. It lingered, in whispers, in debates, in the uneasy boundary between science and belief. For psychiatrists, his case became a cornerstone. The first time multiple personality disorder was used as a successful defense in American law. It opened doors for understanding dissociative identity disorder, sparking both progress and skepticism. For the public, Billy became a figure of fascination. Newspapers called him the man of many faces. Documentaries attempted to unravel his mystery. Authors debated whether he was a victim or a manipulator. And through it all, Billy remained elusive. To some, he was a broken man, scarred by abuse. To others, he was a criminal who had escaped justice through performance. In the years that followed, Billy was moved between psychiatric hospitals. Doctors tried to integrate his personalities, to fuse the fragments into a single, stable self. But progress was slow, and setbacks frequent. By the late 1980s, he was released under supervision. He attempted to live quietly, pursuing art. His paintings often revealed a fractured sense of identity, abstract faces, split figures, surreal dreamscapes. On canvas, he gave form to the chaos within. But the shadows of his past never fully disappeared. He struggled with normal life. He struggled with memory. And though the headlines faded, the debate around his name never truly ended. Was Billy Milligan proof that trauma could fracture the mind into many selves? Or was he an actor who had fooled the world? Even today, opinions remain divided. Psychologists studying dissociative identity disorder often cite Billy as a landmark case. For them, his condition was genuine, his shifts too sudden, too consistent, too elaborate to be faked. The fact that doctors independently recorded the same personalities at different times added credibility. But skeptics argued otherwise. They claimed Billy was intelligent enough to mimic symptoms. That he had read about psychiatry, that he understood what to say. That the insanity defense was convenient. The truth may never be fully known. But one thing is certain, Billy Milligan forced the world to confront the fragile nature of memory. He reminded us that identity is not always singular. That the mind, when broken, can become a kaleidoscope of selves. Billy lived quietly in later years, fading from public view. He died in 2014, at the age of 59, from cancer. His death was quiet, unmarked by the chaos that had once surrounded his name. But his legacy remains. His story lives on in psychiatric textbooks, in court records, in art inspired by fractured identity, and even in popular culture, books, films, and TV series have drawn inspiration from his many selves. In the end, Billy Milligan was both more, and less, than the world imagined. He was not a monster. Not a hero. Not a legend. But a man. A man whose mind broke into pieces. And who spent his life trying to gather them back together. And perhaps that is the greatest tragedy of all. That Billy himself, the true Billy, was lost. Buried beneath the noise of 24 voices. A soul exiled within his own body. His story asks us to confront uncomfortable questions. What is memory? What is identity? And when responsibility is divided among many selves, where does guilt begin, and where does innocence end? Billy Milligan left no easy answers. Only echoes. And the haunting truth that within the human mind, entire worlds can exist, unseen, unheard, until the day they rise to the surface. Hannah Up was 23 years old. A young, bright, and hopeful teacher living in New York City. Those who knew her described her as radiant. Full of energy, full of laughter, and deeply connected to her students. But in August of 2008, Hannah would step into one of the strangest and most unsettling mysteries of modern memory loss. It began like any ordinary day. The last confirmed sighting of Hannah was on the morning of August 28th. She was leaving her apartment in Harlem to go for a jog. She had plans for later that day. She had left her wallet, her phone, her identification at home. Nothing seemed unusual. And yet, she never came back. Her absence was noticed almost immediately. She was not the kind of person to miss her commitments. When she failed to show up for work, her friends grew concerned. Hours became days. The city searched. Her face appeared on flyers. Her family, devastated, begged for answers. For 3 weeks, New York became a city holding its breath. The Hudson River carried whispers of possibility. Police dogs tracked her scent. Volunteers combed the parks, the bridges, the waterfront. And then, a miracle, or a nightmare, depending on how one looked at it. On September 16th, nearly 3 weeks after she vanished, Hannah was spotted. A Staten Island ferry captain recognized her face from the missing posters. She was floating in the Hudson River, barely conscious, but alive. She was pulled from the water. Hypothermic. Exhausted. But breathing. And here was the revelation that stunned even the doctors who treated her. Hannah remembered nothing. Nothing of the past 3 weeks. Not the decision to leave her apartment. Not the wandering that must have carried her through the city. Not the moment she entered the water. She had lived, somehow, in a state of fugue, a complete loss of personal memory, a disconnection from identity, from the narrative thread of her own life. Her doctors diagnosed dissociative fugue. A rare, bewildering disorder in which a person not only forgets who they are, but sometimes travels, adopting new behaviors while the conscious self disappears. The self as we know it, our story, our habits, our connections, simply dissolves. When Hannah awoke in the hospital, she cried. Her mother held her hand. Her friends surrounded her. But to Hannah, it was as though no time had passed. One moment she was jogging through the city streets, and the next, she was waking from a nightmare. Everything in between was gone. Not erased slowly. Not blurred. But utterly cut away. And yet, her body had lived those 3 weeks. She must have walked. She must have eaten. She must have spoken with strangers. Perhaps even smiled, perhaps even laughed. But Hannah, the Hannah her family knew, the Hannah who cherished teaching, had no access to those moments. Psychologists marveled at her case. She was one of the rare living examples of fugue caught in real time. Not a historical anecdote, not a page from the 1800s. But a young woman in the modern world, surrounded by cameras, friends, digital records. And yet the truth of her disappearance was as invisible as mist. Her students welcomed her back with joy. Her colleagues offered compassion. But something deeper had shifted. Hannah herself wondered, why me? What stress, what hidden fracture in her psyche, had made memory itself abandon her? The answer never came. And that is perhaps the most haunting part of the story. There was no clear trauma, no catastrophic event. Only the fragile line between presence and absence, crossed without warning. For most people, a brush with such strangeness might come once. But for Hannah Up, it was only the beginning. 5 years passed. For a time, Hannah Up lived with the hope that her fugue had been a single, tragic accident. A one-time fracture of memory. An aberration. She went back to teaching. She went back to laughter. She went back to the rhythm of ordinary life. But in 2013, the fugue returned. And this time, the echoes were even darker. Hannah had moved to Maryland, teaching Spanish at a Montessori school. Her colleagues adored her. Her students thrived under her care. She seemed, on the surface, whole again. But memory loss is not a wound one can see. It is a fracture beneath the surface, invisible until it splits open. One morning in September 2013, Hannah failed to appear for class. The absence sent a shiver through those who remembered her past. Friends rushed to her apartment. They found her phone on the table. Her wallet tucked neatly away. Her car keys untouched. It was as if she had stepped out for a moment, and simply vanished. Search teams mobilized once more. The news spread quickly. "She's missing again," her family whispered. The horror was not only that Hannah had disappeared, but that everyone feared this was not chance. This was pattern. This was her mind, betraying her again. For days, the community searched. And then, a chilling discovery. Hannah's car was located near a marina in Maryland. It sat abandoned. Her belongings still inside. The river beside it stretched cold and endless. Divers searched the waters. Volunteers combed the nearby woods. Her mother wept at the shoreline. And still, Hannah remained lost. After several days, the search ended in a fragile reprieve. Hannah was found alive. Drenched, disoriented, wandering not far from the marina. She was again hypothermic. Again confused. And again, she remembered nothing. No explanation. No glimpse of where she had been. It was as though time itself had cut away another piece of her life. Her doctors reaffirmed the diagnosis, dissociative fugue. But this time, the implications were heavier. A single fugue might be explained by stress, by trauma, by rare misfires of the psyche. But two vanishings, both ending with Hannah pulled from water, alive but memoryless. It suggested a deeper fragility. Something fundamental in her connection to identity had unraveled. For Hannah, the aftermath was devastating. Friends rallied, but trust in her own mind weakened. What if it happened again? What if she wandered not into rivers, but into highways, into strangers' arms, into danger she could not comprehend? She wrote in her journal, "I feel as though my life is a novel, and someone else keeps tearing out chapters while I sleep." The words carried a chilling resonance. She was present, yet absent. Living, yet fractured. Her identity was not a solid line, but a string of beads with missing links. Her family debated. Should she continue teaching? Should she move somewhere safe? Could she ever be left alone? How does one live when memory itself cannot be trusted? And Hannah, still the bright teacher, still the hopeful soul, tried to move forward. She laughed again. She returned to her classroom. But always, there was the shadow. The shadow that whispered, "It will happen again." And indeed, it would. For in 2017, Hannah Up would vanish once more. And this time, the ending would not be gentle. By 2017, Hannah Up's story had already captured the attention of psychologists, journalists, and the public. Her repeated disappearances defied ordinary explanation, and yet Hannah herself lived in the fragile intersection of ordinary life and extraordinary amnesia. In the summer of 2017, Hannah was living temporarily in the Virgin Islands. She had taken a teaching position at a local school, seeking a quieter life, far from the media frenzy of New York and Maryland. Friends believed that distance might offer safety, that the gentle rhythms of island life could anchor her fractured identity. But memory does not abide by logic. Hannah vanished once more. Her disappearance was reported after neighbors noticed her absence from work and public spaces. Unlike prior vanishings, this time the search faced unique challenges. The island's terrain was rugged. Dense forests and hidden beaches made locating a missing person nearly impossible. Local authorities coordinated with her family in New York, who once again feared the worst. Weeks passed. Hannah's body was eventually discovered off a remote shoreline, partially submerged, alive but disoriented. Medical professionals quickly assessed her: dehydration, mild hypothermia, exhaustion. But the most profound concern remained: her memory. She could not recall how she had traveled, how she had arrived at the beach, or even her own identity in full. Psychologists described this as a textbook case of dissociative fugue, yet the reality was far more complex. Hannah's repeated episodes suggested a pattern. Her mind, under stress or unknown triggers, could abandon her conscious self entirely. She would live through days, perhaps weeks, without awareness, only to re-emerge in a strange landscape of confusion. During this final episode, medical staff noticed subtle differences. Hannah seemed less fearful. She carried a faint awareness of her prior disappearances. Moments of recognition flickered in her eyes. Yet gaps remained vast, like chasms across her consciousness. Friends and family struggled to reconcile the events. Each disappearance had left them with uncertainty, helplessness, and a profound sense of fragility. How could someone vanish repeatedly and yet remain alive? How could memory, the very fabric of identity, fail so completely and then restore itself partially? Hannah herself began reflecting on her experience. She described her fugue states as being elsewhere. Not asleep, not conscious in the traditional sense, but inhabiting a mental space where linear time and selfhood dissolved. She likened it to floating in an endless sea, unable to touch the shore of familiarity. Her case sparked further research. Experts noted that repeated dissociative fugues are exceedingly rare. Most fugues are singular events. Hannah's 3 documented disappearances make her an anomaly in modern psychiatric literature. During recovery, she worked closely with therapists to develop coping mechanisms. Mindfulness, journaling, and careful tracking of routines became tools to anchor her identity. Yet, the unpredictable nature of her condition remained. Memory loss was not a wound that could heal with time alone. It was a structural fault, an ongoing vulnerability within her psyche. Despite the trauma, Hannah resumed her teaching work. Her students remained unaware of the full extent of her condition, shielded by Hannah's courage and her family's protection. But the psychological scars lingered. The knowledge that her own mind could abandon her at any moment was a constant companion. Her final fugue underscored the terrifying, yet fascinating truth about human consciousness. Identity is fragile. Memory is not guaranteed. The mind can, at times, sever itself from reality, leaving the body to continue in a parallel existence entirely invisible to the self. And yet, Hannah survived. Repeatedly. She returned to her family, to her students, and to life itself. Her story became a living testament to the resilience of human survival even in the absence of memory. Hannah Up's story does not conclude with her final disappearance. Instead, it leaves us with a profound question: what does it mean to lose oneself repeatedly, and yet survive? Her repeated fugue states became a symbol in modern psychology. Case studies cited her as one of the most documented examples of repeated dissociative fugue. Her experience prompted deeper study into triggers, neurological patterns, and coping strategies for memory loss. Beyond the science, her story has a human resonance. Friends described her as brave, compassionate, and unfalteringly dedicated to teaching despite the risks of disappearance. Each episode was a disruption not only in her life but in the lives of those around her. Family, colleagues, and students lived with anxiety, hope, and confusion, learning to navigate the unpredictability of her mind. Her condition also raised legal and ethical questions. What responsibilities exist when a person disappears in a fugue state? If memory is absent, if identity is dissolved, can the individual be held accountable for actions taken during the fugue? Hannah's case prompted discussions in law, psychology, and ethics regarding memory, consent, and responsibility. In interviews, Hannah spoke candidly about her experience. She described living in two worlds, the known and the unknowable. The known world is what we inhabit daily: work, relationships, routines. The unknowable is the mental landscape she occasionally occupied, a realm of wandering, survival, and dissociation. In this unknowable space, time had no meaning, self had no continuity, and memory was erased. Yet, she emphasized resilience. She adapted. She survived. She returned. Her story inspired books, documentaries, and discussions on the fragility and adaptability of the human mind. Psychologists continue to study her case, seeking to understand how consciousness can fracture, and yet preserve life. For the public, Hannah Up remains a symbol of mystery and hope. Her disappearances remind us that memory is not guaranteed, that identity can be fragile, and that survival often depends on forces we may never fully understand. Hannah's legacy is twofold. First, it is scientific. She contributed to the understanding of dissociative fugue and memory disorders. Second, it is profoundly human. Her life is a story of endurance, of returning from the brink of personal disappearance, again and again. Her story invites reflection. How much of ourselves do we carry in memory? And what happens when memory fails? Hannah Up's life shows that even when the mind abandons the self, life itself can persist. And perhaps, in that persistence, there is hope. Through her trials, Hannah became a testament to the resilience of identity, even when fractured. Her story will continue to inspire psychologists, teachers, and anyone who seeks to understand the mysterious depth of the human mind. James, Jimmie, G., returned from overseas duty with the pride of service, a soldier with stories etched in the lines of his face and the depth of his gaze. He had survived firefights, long nights under foreign stars, and the constant uncertainty that marked every moment of active service. He returned home carrying memories, souvenirs of conflict and camaraderie, victories small and large, each etched deep in the neural pathways of his mind. But life, in its unpredictability, would intervene. On a late summer night, after a routine visit with family and friends, Jimmie set out on a short drive. The roads were familiar, his mind drifting back to quiet moments in the barracks, fleeting thoughts of conversations with fellow soldiers. A sudden, catastrophic collision changed everything. The impact was violent but brief. The world spun, then fell silent. When Jimmie awoke, the familiar contours of life were gone. Faces of friends and family were familiar yet unknown. Names he had spoken countless times, lessons he had learned, experiences he had survived, they were gone. His memory had been wiped clean, leaving only fragments of perception and the raw experience of existing in the moment. Doctors diagnosed him with retrograde amnesia, a complete loss of memories formed before the accident. Yet his cognitive functions remained intact. He could walk, speak, and interact with his environment, but the narrative of his life, the story that gave meaning to those abilities, was missing. The world around Jimmie felt simultaneously comforting and alien. His parents' faces, his friends' voices, even the town he grew up in seemed simultaneously familiar and strange. It was as if he inhabited a parallel reality where continuity of self no longer applied. Psychologists noted that retrograde amnesia, especially following trauma, could erase episodic memory while sparing procedural memory. Jimmie could drive a car, play simple games, cook meals, but could not recall the life he had led. His military training, surprisingly, remained intact in muscle memory, yet the emotional context was absent. Every day became an exercise in rediscovery. Each conversation, each interaction, was new. Friends reintroduced themselves repeatedly. Family members shared stories, hoping to rebuild the narrative of his past. But memory is not easily reconstructed. It is experiential, emotional, and deeply personal. Telling does not equal remembering. Jimmie's case attracted both medical and media attention. Reporters documented his story as a living example of memory's fragility. His parents, in interviews, described the bittersweet experience: relief that he was alive, anguish at the erasure of his personal history. Amidst this turmoil, Jimmie developed a coping mechanism. He began journaling obsessively, recording each day in detail, attempting to reconstruct the missing chapters of his life. Photographs, letters, and old mementos became bridges between what he knew and what he had lost. Yet the emotional cost was significant. He experienced disorientation, frustration, and grief, not just for lost memories, but for the person he once was. His identity felt like a house with rooms closed off, inaccessible. Each day he lived, he was building a new self atop the foundations of the old, uncertain whether the original structure would ever resurface. Medical teams continued assessments, conducting MRIs, cognitive tests, and psychological evaluations. They noted an interesting phenomenon: Jimmie could form new memories after the accident, yet the old memories remained inaccessible. His future existed in a way his past no longer could. Friends and family became guides in this new world. They repeated stories, shared familiar rituals, and encouraged him to engage in everyday activities. Slowly, Jimmie began to reconstruct a sense of routine, finding comfort in patterns even if the past remained obscured. Through therapy, he learned strategies to compensate for lost memories. Writing timelines, labeling photographs, and creating detailed notes helped him anchor his day-to-day life. Though the emotional weight of his lost identity never fully dissipated, these tools allowed him to function in society and rediscover a sense of agency. Jimmie's story highlights the profound role memory plays in defining identity. Without the ability to access past experiences, one can still function, survive, and even thrive, yet the self feels fragmented. It forces us to confront a simple truth: memory is the scaffold of identity, and when it collapses, reality becomes both familiar and alien. The accident that erased Jimmie's life was instantaneous. The work of rebuilding it would take years, requiring patience, compassion, and relentless human effort. Yet it was also a testament to resilience, the ability of the human spirit to adapt even when the foundation of self is removed. And as he navigated this new reality, Jimmie became a living example of the fragility and adaptability of memory. His case would be cited in studies, discussed in classrooms, and pondered by psychologists seeking to understand the mysteries of consciousness. For Jimmie, each day was a renewal, a chance to live in the present, to engage with the world anew, and to forge a self that could exist even in the absence of remembered history. Waking each day, Jimmie faced a world both familiar and unknowable. The routine tasks that had once been automatic now required conscious effort. He could dress, eat, and navigate his surroundings, yet the context that gave these actions meaning had vanished. Family members became his guides. They repeated stories from his childhood, recounted experiences from his military service, and reminded him of personal connections. Yet each retelling was met with a fragile, fleeting recognition at best. Names and faces might spark a glimmer of memory, only to vanish moments later. Jimmie's social world became a series of micro-reintroductions. Friends he had known for years became strangers. Teachers, colleagues, and neighbors had to repeatedly establish rapport. Small talk, shared routines, and daily interactions were all new experiences, reconstructed each time. Psychologists observed that while Jimmie's procedural memory remained intact, episodic memory His personal life story was gone. He could perform skills he had learned, from tying shoelaces to navigating his town, but the emotional and contextual significance of these skills was lost. Memory, in its most human form, was not just retention of facts, it was the emotional glue that binds identity, relationships, and history. Without it, Jimmie existed in a temporal limbo, perpetually encountering the present as though it were the first time. To cope, he developed routines and external memory aids. Notebooks, labeled photographs, and written timelines became extensions of his cognition. By documenting each day meticulously, Jimmie created a bridge to the past he could no longer access internally. Therapists emphasized consistency. Daily schedules, repeated cues, and structured environments helped reduce disorientation and anxiety. But the fragility of these tools was apparent. Without constant reinforcement, confusion returned. Emotionally, Jimmie experienced profound isolation. He could interact, smile, and engage, yet the depth of connection he once felt was diminished. Relationships became layered with the tension between familiarity and strangeness. Even family bonds, though present, carried the undertone of loss. Medical professionals noted a curious phenomenon: Jimmie was capable of forming new memories post-accident. He could learn new facts, develop new friendships, and create new experiences. Yet the past, the bedrock upon which these new memories should build, was missing. Each day, his sense of continuity was fragile, as if living on a moving raft without anchor. Adjusting to this reality required not only practical strategies but profound psychological resilience. Jimmie had to accept the unpredictability of his mind while finding meaning in the present. Therapy focused on narrative reconstruction, allowing him to form a coherent story of his new life while acknowledging gaps in his history. This process was painstaking. Every name learned, every memory retold, was a delicate attempt to rebuild a self that the accident had rendered invisible. Family and friends became teachers in patience and empathy. They understood that Jimmie's repeated confusions were not intentional, they were the natural consequence of a brain reshaped by trauma. Each interaction, no matter how small, was both a challenge and a triumph. Over time, Jimmie began to recognize routines, anticipate social cues, and respond with increasing confidence. The world, while unfamiliar, became navigable again. Yet identity remained a central struggle. Who is a person when their past no longer exists? Jimmie could describe himself as a soldier, a son, a friend, but these descriptors were devoid of the lived experiences that once substantiated them. Every morning was a fresh encounter with selfhood. Memory, the invisible architect of identity, had withdrawn, leaving him to reconstruct himself daily from fragments, observations, and the guidance of others. His journey also highlighted the broader implications of amnesia on human relationships. How do you connect with someone whose past you cannot access? For Jimmie's loved ones, patience became essential. Repetition was not tedious, it was survival. Every story recounted, every photograph explained, was a thread weaving him back into the fabric of social life. Jimmie's adaptation extended beyond practical strategies. He developed new habits, interests, and passions. Art, writing, and music became avenues for self-expression and memory formation, offering both therapeutic value and a sense of continuity. Even as the past remained inaccessible, the present became rich with possibilities. Psychologists studying Jimmie marveled at his resilience. Though memory is foundational to identity, the human mind exhibits remarkable adaptability. Jimmie's case demonstrated that even without a personal history, one could reconstruct a functional, meaningful life. Memory loss does not eliminate the capacity for connection, learning, or purpose, it redefines them. By the end of each day, Jimmie faced both the pain of absence and the triumph of survival. He had lost a life, yet continued to live. In navigating a world without memory, he embodied the intersection of fragility and strength, despair and hope. His adaptation became a study in human resilience, the mind's capacity to rebuild, and the enduring power of support, guidance, and personal determination. Jimmie's story is a reminder: memory shapes us, but even in its absence, the human spirit persists. Through structure, therapy, and connection, life continues. The past may remain lost, but the present offers a canvas upon which identity can be reimagined, reconstructed, and reclaimed. Life for Jimmie G was no longer linear. Each morning presented a blank page, a reality in which the past existed only as a story told by others. He woke not as the person he had been, but as a man learning to navigate existence anew. The question that haunted him constantly was simple yet profound: who am I? Without memory, identity becomes fragile. Names, faces, roles, and experiences are the pillars of selfhood. When these are gone, the pillars collapse, leaving a void filled with uncertainty. Jimmie struggled to reconcile the man others remembered with the man he experienced himself to be. Family recounted stories of childhood triumphs, adolescent struggles, and military accomplishments. Each tale was met with curiosity, fascination, and a hollow recognition that never fully rooted itself. He could understand the narrative intellectually, but the emotional resonance, the sense of lived experience, remained absent. Social interactions were particularly challenging. Friends expected continuity, familiarity, and shared history. Yet Jimmie approached each interaction as if meeting a stranger for the first time. He smiled, responded, and engaged, but beneath the surface was constant cognitive work, interpreting context, recalling names, understanding relationships. The struggle was not just internal. Family members experienced grief for the person they had known. They were forced to witness a loved one exist simultaneously as themselves and as someone new, unrecognizable, and unanchored. Patience became their most valuable skill. They repeated themselves, retold stories, and reconstructed shared experiences tirelessly. This repetition was essential for Jimmie, but it carried emotional weight for everyone involved. Therapists emphasized the importance of narrative therapy. Jimmie was encouraged to document his daily experiences, create timelines, and reconstruct events through storytelling. By externalizing memory, he began to anchor himself in a world otherwise fleeting and disconnected. However, progress was gradual. Recognition was sporadic, and confusion returned frequently. He learned to accept that some gaps would remain permanent and that adaptation, not restoration, was the goal. Identity and belonging are deeply intertwined. Without memory, belonging becomes a deliberate act rather than a natural inheritance. Jimmie's relationships required constant reinforcement, a rebuilding of trust, familiarity, and emotional connection. He could connect with others, yet the depth of connection, rooted in shared history, was diminished. He sought meaning in shared activities, hobbies, and routines. Through repetition and engagement, he slowly began to feel part of the social fabric again, even if the past remained inaccessible. Cognitive scientists noted that Jimmie's case highlighted a unique aspect of amnesia, the separation of self-perception from social identity. Jimmie experienced himself as a man with limited history, while others saw a continuation of the person they had known. This dual reality created tension, confusion, and profound emotional challenges. The struggle for identity extended into everyday decisions. Choices about career, relationships, and lifestyle had to be made without reference to prior preferences or experiences. Jimmie relied on trial and error, guided by intuition, observation, and the counsel of trusted family members. Even small decisions carried weight, as each was a step toward shaping a new self. Psychologically, this struggle illuminated the essential role of memory in self-concept. Identity is not merely a set of labels but a living, evolving narrative. When memory is absent, narrative must be constructed externally, collaboratively, and iteratively. For Jimmie, each day was an opportunity to weave threads of identity from fragments, observation, and new experiences. Despite these challenges, Jimmie's resilience emerged as remarkable. He engaged in therapy, embraced new routines, and cultivated relationships deliberately. Though he lacked the emotional resonance of the past, he formed new attachments, learned new skills, and developed a sense of self that, while different, was functional and meaningful. Ultimately, the struggle for identity and belonging became a testament to human adaptability. Jimmie's journey demonstrated that while memory shapes who we are, the human spirit can persist, rebuild, and flourish even when the past is inaccessible. Jimmie's life continued as a delicate balance of therapy, adaptation, and introspection. Each day brought new challenges, yet also opportunities to understand the mind's resilience. Therapists worked to provide him with tools for reconstruction. Memory notebooks, labeled photographs, and structured daily routines became essential instruments in navigating reality. Jimmie developed a rhythm, waking, documenting, engaging socially, and reflecting on progress. The act of writing daily experiences became a form of external memory, a scaffold supporting the fragile architecture of his selfhood. Through therapy, Jimmie explored the psychological impact of amnesia. He recognized the emotional cost, grief for the lost past, anxiety in social interactions, and the disorientation of identity without continuity. Yet he also discovered strengths, adaptability, patience, and the ability to engage fully with the present moment. Neurologists studying Jimmie noted that his case provided insights into how memory operates as a scaffold for identity. Procedural and semantic memory could remain intact while episodic memory, the personal narrative of lived experience, was lost. This dissociation illustrated the complexity of human cognition and the delicate interplay between memory and self-concept. Over time, Jimmie began reflecting on his situation philosophically. He realized that while memory anchors identity, it is not the sole determinant of purpose or meaning. He could form new connections, engage in meaningful work, and build a coherent sense of self independent of past recollections. Socially, Jimmie's reintegration highlighted the importance of patience and empathy. Family members became collaborators in his reconstruction, repeating stories, guiding routines, and offering reassurance. Friends adjusted expectations, understanding that continuity of relationship required deliberate effort. Through this collaborative process, Jimmie experienced belonging anew, even if rooted in the present rather than history. His therapy also focused on emotional regulation. Memory loss can heighten vulnerability to frustration, grief, and anxiety. Through counseling, mindfulness, and structured activities, Jimmie learned to manage these emotions and maintain psychological stability. Educational and vocational adjustments were significant. He could resume tasks, pursue learning, and engage professionally, yet choices had to be approached without reliance on past experience. Decision-making became deliberate, thoughtful, and iterative, fostering resilience and independence. Jimmie's reflections extended to philosophical and scientific domains. He pondered questions that others take for granted: what is the essence of self? How much of identity depends on memory, and how much emerges from the present moment? Through introspection, he gained an understanding that while memory shapes perspective, selfhood is also constructed through action, choice, and engagement with the world. The case provided valuable lessons for neurology, psychology, and rehabilitation sciences. It demonstrated the adaptability of the human brain, the efficacy of external memory aids, and the centrality of social support in reconstructing life after trauma. For students, clinicians, and researchers, Jimmie's journey offered concrete insights into the interplay between memory, cognition, and identity. Yet, beyond science, his story remained profoundly human. It is a story of loss, adaptation, resilience, and hope. A reminder that while memory is the foundation of self, the human spirit can create, connect, and thrive even when that foundation is gone. In quiet moments, Jimmie reflected on his past, present, and potential future. He accepted what could not be recovered and embraced the life he could actively construct. His narrative, while altered, was no less meaningful. It was a living testament to the mind's capacity to endure, adapt, and find coherence amidst fragmentation. Jimmie's story stands as an enduring example: even when memory fades, even when identity is fragmented, life continues. Through reflection, therapy, and human connection, the threads of self can be rewoven. And in these threads, Jimmie discovered not only survival, but meaning. We have journeyed together across a landscape that defies reason, wandering through stories where memory itself bends, breaks, and sometimes returns in fragments too fragile to hold. What began as simple curiosity, an invitation to explore the edges of identity, has grown into a long walk through the corridors of human mystery. Each account has been more than just a record of loss, it has been a window into resilience, a reminder that even when memory fractures, the human spirit continues forward, searching for coherence. Tonight, that walk comes to its closing rhythm, and as we gather these stories into one space, it is time not just to remember them, but to reflect on what they reveal about us all. These hours have been about more than listening. They have been about learning what it means to remain whole even when pieces of the self are scattered. Think back to the earliest voices we encountered. They arrived with confusion, sometimes terror, as people woke in their own lives without recognizing the world around them. A mother who could no longer recall her child. A scholar who found the pages of his mind torn out, leaving only the faint outlines of who he once was. In those first stories, we saw shock, an instant when everything familiar turned foreign, when the faces of loved ones looked like strangers. At first it seemed unbearable, even cruel. But as their stories unfolded, we discovered something else, the power of adaptation. Again and again, these people learned to rebuild their sense of self, not by regaining every memory, but by creating meaning out of what remained. Their lives showed us that identity is not a single uninterrupted thread, but a fabric that can be rewoven. That lesson alone is worth carrying beyond these hours, because every one of us will face moments when memory fails, when pieces of the self slip through our grasp. What matters then is not what we lose, but how we stand in the absence, how we breathe through the gaps. As we continued, the accounts deepened. We witnessed lives that did not simply lose memory once, but were pulled into long cycles of forgetting and remembering, each day starting as though life itself were a riddle to be solved anew. These were not just medical cases, they were odysseys. Imagine opening your eyes and feeling as though every sunrise is your first, every introduction a beginning with no history. It would seem like torment, and for many it was. Yet some found ways to live inside that repetition. They relied on journals, photographs, the patience of family, or sheer instinct to reconstruct their worlds again and again. What struck us most was not the strangeness of their condition, but the courage of their persistence. To wake every morning inside uncertainty and still move forward is a kind of bravery most of us will never be asked to summon. And yet, by listening to these stories, we were invited to practice empathy for those who must live this way. Not as characters in a mystery, but as people enduring a reality that unsettles even the most basic assumptions about who we are. Later, as the journey pressed on, the stories grew heavier, touching corners of the human mind where memory fractures are bound to trauma, illness, or the deep unpredictability of the brain. Here, the accounts were not just puzzling, they were haunting. A soldier waking without knowledge of war or peace. A teacher unable to recognize the classroom she had once filled with words. A writer who could craft sentences but could not recall the very books he had written. These accounts forced us to ask not only what memory is, but what it means to lose it. If memory carries identity, then where do we go when memory leaves? Do we vanish? Or do we persist in some form beyond recollection, carried by presence alone? The people we encountered suggested an answer through their very survival. Even when memory dissolved, traces of character remained. Gestures of kindness, sparks of curiosity, rhythms of humor, or patterns of love. These fragments reminded us that the self is larger than memory alone. Who we are is not just what we remember, but how we move, how we breathe, how we remain ourselves even when stripped of stories. That truth is unsettling, but also deeply comforting, because it means that even in forgetting, something essential endures. And now, here at the end, we are left with silence, the kind of silence that comes only after a long telling. What began as scattered accounts has become a mosaic. Each life, each story, each fracture adds a piece to the larger picture of what it means to be human. Together, they show us that memory is fragile, but meaning is resilient. The corridors of amnesia, dissociation, and lost recollection are not dead ends. They are spaces that ask us to walk differently, to pause before demanding answers, to respect mystery as it appears in another person's life. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of all, that mystery itself is not a threat, but an invitation. It calls us to stand slower, listen longer, breathe with patience. We may not be able to solve every case, restore every memory, or explain every silence, but we can honor the people who live within those uncertainties. That act of respect, toward them, and toward the mysteries they embody, is what carries us forward even as we step away from this journey tonight. For you, the listener, this outro is not just a conclusion but a reminder. Mystery will find you again. It may not come as amnesia or memory loss, but it will appear in other forms, a question no one can answer, a silence you cannot explain, a threshold that feels heavier than you expect. When it does, carry what you have learned here. Breathe in measured rhythm. Allow patience to be your first gesture. Treat each uncertainty not as a void, but as a teacher. And remember that you are not alone in this. Just as we walk through these fractured stories together, you will walk through your own mysteries with others beside you, friends, family, strangers who offer kindness in unexpected ways. This is what it means to live in a world that is larger than understanding. We do not conquer it. We accompany it. And in that accompaniment, we find our balance. So now, as this long passage closes, let the stories rest. Let the voices of those who woke without their pasts, who struggled to rebuild their lives, who endured fractures we can barely imagine, remain with you not as puzzles, but as companions. They are reminders that even when memory falters, humanity persists. They are proof that even in disorientation, dignity survives. And they are evidence that mystery, no matter how overwhelming, can still be met with posture, with breath, with patience, with the simple courtesy of respect. That is what these hours have offered. That is what you now carry. And as you move into the rest of your night, whether you drift into sleep or remain awake in the quiet, may these stories stay with you as echoes of resilience. Thank you for walking this distance with me. Thank you for lending your patience, your curiosity, and your willingness to step into the unknown. This channel, Forgotten Fractures, exists not to provide certainty, but to create a space where mystery is treated as worthy of attention. If these hours have helped you ease your mind, if they have brought you calm for sleep, or if they have simply opened a window into the strange corners of the human world, then they have done their work. I invite you now to stay with us for what comes next, more journeys, more mysteries, more voices that ask us to pause and reflect. Subscribe to Forgotten Fractures for more explorations, for more 4+ hour voyages that bring both stillness and strangeness. Like this video if you found its rhythm meaningful. Comment to share the moments or stories that lingered with you. And above all, remember, you are part of this passage, and it continues because of you. Until next time, rest if you can, wonder if you must, and walk gently across every threshold you meet. This is Forgotten Fractures, and I'll meet you again in the silence of the next story. Good night.